All right, counsel, we had two matters to take up before the jury joins us. Mr. Neufeld, was there any additional authority you wanted to bring to the court's attention regarding discovery of reports on other cases alleged to have been created on June 14 by Ms. Mazzola?
Your Honor, I don't have authority in other cases with that particular fact pattern. I would simply, remind the court that there are other United States Supreme Court cases such as Napoo versus Illinois, Giglio, cases like that which talk about if there is some piece of data which would directly contradict the testimony being proffered by the prosecution witness, then the prosecutor has a duty to turn that over. In this case, it is just our position that they could not produce a contemporaneous document that would support Ms. Mazzola's position that she was filling out, property reports on the morning of June 14th.
All right. Mr. Goldberg, any final comment on that matter?
No.
All right. Court's ruling will stand. All right. As to the production of the various pieces of evidence, I've received the people's written objections. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any comment?
Your Honor, the one point I would make is that, I don't think there's any question as a matter of relevance that I'm entitled to confront this witness with the actual items that she collected and ask her whether or not those are in fact the items that she collected and the envelopes that she put the evidence in that day and the bindles that she used the very next day. I'm entitled to ask her those questions because that is the beginning of the chain of custody in this case. And as the court knows, the defense has been attacking the chain of custody in its opening statement and throughout this case and intends to continue to do so. So I don't think there's any question about relevancy. Their only issue might be that some of the things we asked for may be too difficult or burdensome. I'd be willing to compromise, Your Honor, and not have them produce the newer bindles that were created when portions of samples went out to other laboratories. I just want them to produce the original coin envelopes and the original bindles that were produced by Fung and Mazzola on the 13th and 14th. So I'm willing to give up the second portion of the request.
All right. And which items are those?
Oh,
that you're requesting?
sorry. I did provide a written list to the people, and the items are item 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 14, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52. So we're just talking about the coin envelopes and the bindles, the originals, not any of the new ones for those items.
All right. Mr. Goldberg.
Well, counsel still has not shown any plausible justification as to why he needs the actual envelopes as opposed to photographs. And I believe that we have photographs of all of these items. And more importantly, Your Honor, what counsel is asking is not nearly as simple as it sounds on its face. He has not really come up with a list of the items that he wants, because many of these items were rebooked as new item numbers when we're talking about the bindles that were originally used for the purpose of containing the items. By the way, it seems to me that the bindles themselves have no relevance in terms of the chain of custody. The chain of custody would be based on what was on the coin envelope itself, the number corresponding to a number of an item that was collected at the crime scene. In order to trace the bindles, what we'd have to do is we'd have to look first in the original coin envelope to determine whether they were there. In some instances, the original bindles were mailed out to an outside lab and then in a new transmittal coin envelope. And then when they came back, they would have been rebooked as a new number. We gave one example in our letter just to try to illustrate the problems of a particular item that has been sent out in a number of different transmittal envelopes where portions of the swatches are being used. Those items may have been sent out not only in new coin envelopes but in new transmittal bindles. But if the entire sample was sent out, then it is possible that the original bindle was then sent out to an outside laboratory. And the administrative burden of tracking this down, which can be done through the records, should not fall on the prosecution. So the defense should say, which items they want, not just by saying I want item number 1 in the original bindle, but saying I want item number 1 and item number 385, or whatever perhaps that original bindle ended up as after it came back from the laboratory. They can do that just as easily as we can. They have all the records. In fact, they can do it more easily because not only do they have our records, but they have their own records because they've seen these materials in the original bindles and presumably created their own documentation of that, which they have not provided to us. So they are in just as good a position, if not better, than the prosecution to do this. They've also tested.
So your
a number of
objection
the
is
items
just the
here.
correlation of the items, the item numbers?
Well, my objection is threefold. Number one, that there's no justification for this. I mean, normally for discovery, if you're going to analogize this to discovery, either it comes under pre-proposition 115 law, you have to show a plausible justification, which was some
Well then, how
threshold
about if you don't want to
standard.
produce it, I'll suppress it?
Suppress each and every one of these items.
Correct. How about that? If you don't want to produce it, we'll suppress it.
But, well, Your Honor, I don't see how the two of them are connected. What I'm just saying is that,
Well, if you don't want to let them use it, then you can't use it. How's that?
but we're not using the originals. We've used photographs. We've used other means of accomplishing the same ends. And it also does not address the issue as to what are we going to do with the blood swatches that are still in some of these items that can still be tested. And so there are a number of concerns from this perspective, and not the least of which is why don't they identify? They can go through the records and do the tracking and provide us with more specific requests as to exactly what they want. I don't see why the burden necessarily falls on the prosecution's shoulder to do that tracking. For them just to say, I want item number 6,
All
and
right,
for us to track
you've
it all
made
the
the
way
point
through.
about the correlation of numbers. What other point do you have to make?
Well, there were 3 points. Plausible justification, no showing as to why he needs these items. Number 2, overly broad and unduly burdensome for the reasons that I suggested with the tracking and not identifying what he wants. And number 3, that these are biological samples that can still be tested. And what are we supposed to do with the actual swatches? Because he's saying he wants those too.
All right, Mr. Neufeld.
I'm not going to ask the witness to open up the bindle anyway to take swatches out of it. I don't care about that. Certainly with respect to them being biological specimens, they've been thought out several times before, sometimes for many, many hours. What we're talking about here is just bringing them over from Piper Tech, which is not that far away, for a couple of hours so they can be produced here in court.
All right, would you address the issue about correlation of the
Oh,
numbers?
sure. If you look at the letter, Your Honor, the letter says that when, in the main paragraph, it says that when laboratories were not sent out the entire sample, that they were sent out in new transmittal bundles, okay, and new transmittal coin envelopes. I'm not interested in the new transmittal envelopes, which got new numbers, nor the new transmittal bindles, which got new numbers. I'm only interested in the original coin envelopes and the original bindles. And by the way, every one of those coin envelopes and every one of those bindles has a number on it, the original number. If subsequently, even though it's not explained in this letter, an original bindle was also given a separate number, you would still have the original number on the original bindle. It's there. This is not difficult for them to produce. That's why I'm saying to the court that I'm willing to give up all those new transmittal bindles, all those new transmittal envelopes with the new numbers. I just want the original ones. And that's something they can get in 15 minutes.
But their argument is that it's been rebooked and now they have new numbers.
I don't, Your Honor, we asked to inspect these items on different occasions for the scientists to look inside them, and they had no problem producing them for the scientists. They did it every single time. I originally asked for this on Friday. They can do this within a half hour. Simply produce the original coin envelopes and the original bindles. They have a computer tracking system which shows where these items went. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for any of the new ones, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, the Los Angeles Police Department is ordered to produce items 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 14, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52 forthwith. All right, counsel, before we start with the jury, let me just give you a couple of admonitions. One, We're getting sloppy about the speaking objections. I have reissued a revised direction to counsel regarding attorney conduct. You were to read that and abide by it. I have probably sustained 1,000 objections so far in this trial regarding argumentative questions. For counsel's edification, if the question is a statement rather than a question to the witness, I'm going to sustain the objection. If I have to do that too many more times, I'm going to admonish counsel in front of the jury that that manner of questioning is improper. Mr. Neufeld, I don't mean to single you out, but would you just try to slow down a little with your pace for the court reporters, because it's both your pace and the Brooklyn accent that they are having difficulty with.
You can single me out.
All right. Also at noon, I want to meet with the co-lead counsel in chambers for about 15 minutes.
Your Honor, just so there's no misunderstanding with their compliance with what you just ordered, can it specify that for those items they had to produce the original coin envelopes and the original bindles?
Yes.
Thank you.
You folks would just come up without, just exact.
It's not necessary. Is it necessary for this witness?
Not necessarily this way, we can do it.
Let's have the jury.
Your Honor, I need to have someone call LAPD as soon as they're, so that they can start on this.
All right. Depends on how much we get done today. That's actually a prospective 1 o'clock on that new order. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Andrea Mazzola is again on the witness stand, undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Neufeld. Good morning, Ms. Mazzola.
Good morning.
You're reminded you are still under oath, ma'am. Mr. Neufeld, you may resume.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hi. Morning, Ms. Mazzola.
Good morning.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, after you left Rockingham the first time, on the morning of June 13th, you and Dennis Fung went to the Bundy location, is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you testified on direct examination that when you got there, you and Dennis Fung first talked to the detectives and waited until the coroners had finished moving the bodies before you entered the scene, is that correct?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Well, Ms. Mazzola, when you first arrived, the coroners were moving the bodies, were they not?
That's correct.
And were you present for a discussion with the detectives about the scene before you personally entered the crime scene?
I don't remember if I was or not.
When you stood outside the tape, were there any of the detectives with you?
I couldn't tell who were detectives or not.
Have you ever met Detectives Van Adder or Detective Lang?
I was not introduced to them.
Have you ever seen them on television?
Well, I know them now, yes.
And you'd recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. Well, were either of those detectives with you when you first arrived at Bundy that morning?
That question's vague. With you when you arrived?
Sorry, when you first arrived at Bundy that morning, before you actually went into the crime scene, while the coroners were still moving the bodies, was Detective Van Adder standing or Detective Lang standing nearby you?
I don't remember.
Now, you said on direct examination that if the glove and the hat at Bundy were in contact with one another, trace evidence could or would be transferred. Is that an accurate statement of what you testified to?
Compound mistakes.
Overruled.
It's possible that they could transfer trace, yes.
Now, you said also that when you arrived, you saw Mr. Goldman's body covered with a white blanket. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Did you see Mr. Goldman's body covered with a white object when you arrived at Bundy?
When I arrived, no.
At some point that morning, did you see Mr. Goldman's body covered with a white object at Bundy?
Vaguest object.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you had been taught that trace evidence can move when bodies are manipulated at a murder scene. Haven't you been taught that?
Yes.
Now, let me just ask you one hypothetical, ma'am. If this white object that was on Mr. Goldman's body had been used to also cover Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson, then is it possible that trace evidence could move from the blanket to both victims?
Improper hypothetical.
Sustained.
Didn't you say a moment ago, ma'am, that you had been trained and taught at the LAPD that trace evidence can move when bodies are manipulated?
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
Yes.
And didn't you receive some training at the Sid Mini Academy on the dangers of trace evidence contaminating or cross-contaminating different evidence at a crime scene?
The transfer of trace evidence was brought up.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you this hypothetical again. If the same white object that you saw on Mr. Goldman's body had been previously lying on top of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson,
Sustained. It's an improper hypothetical.
all right? Well, would you agree, ma'am, that trace evidence can move from the white object that you saw on top of the body to the clothing being worn by that person?
Is possible.
And the white object that you saw on top of Mr. Goldman, was that a white blanket?
I didn't get a very good look at it.
All right. Well, but you did see that there was some white object that had been on top of Mr. Goldman's body, correct?
It's vaguest to white object.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did Dennis Fung instruct you to collect and to preserve that white object for analysis?
It's still vague, Your Honor, so what the document.
Overruled. I
No.
assume somebody from the coroner's office is going to tell us what that is. Overruled.
He did not.
And to your knowledge, was that white object ever preserved for trace evidence analysis?
To my knowledge, no.
Did Dennis Fung even instruct you to examine that white object while you were at Bundy that day?
No.
As you sit here today, has anyone told you that at some point during that morning, an envelope and a glove had been moved at the Bundy location?
Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Would you please repeat the question again?
As you sit here today, has anyone ever told you that the envelope and the glove recovered at Bundy had been moved prior to your collection of it?
I'm not positive. They may have, but I'm not positive.
Well, I'm not asking you, and I apologize if the question was somewhat inartful, I'm not asking you whether you were told about the movement prior to your collecting it. I'm just asking you whether or not, at any time up until this morning, anyone had told you that both the envelope and the glove had been moved prior to the collection of those items?
Hearsay and irrelevant.
Overruled.
I don't know about the envelope. The glove might have been turned over. I'm not positive.
Well, motion to strike the witness's answers not responsive.
Overruled.
One second. What? And Ms. Mazzola, who was the person who told you that the glove was turned over?
As soon as facts line up.
Overruled.
I can't remember who it was.
Did you speak to Dennis Fung about it?
I don't think so. I'm not
Did you speak to other supervisors at SID?
I'm not sure who it was.
And you said also that at Bundy and Rockingham, you wore a pair of rubber gloves to protect you from any kind of biohazards. Is that correct?
This states the testimony.
Overruled. But
Oh.
we've already covered this.
Well, as you sit here today, ma'am, do you have any independent recollection as to whether or not you changed your gloves at any point while you were at Bundy?
I changed my gloves several times.
You have an independent recollection of that?
Yes.
Did you testify in direct examination, ma'am, that it was your practice to simply change your gloves when they became uncomfortable? Remember testifying to that?
This states the testimony.
Sustained.
Didn't you testify in direct examination that it was your practice to change your gloves either when it became uncomfortable or when you went into a new area? Was that your testimony?
Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Page to one side.
Is that your testimony, ma'am?
I don't remember if it's my exact words.
Well, fine. In sum and substance, is that what you testified to?
It's irrelevant.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I
assume so.
And as you sit here today, do you have an independent recollection of finding the gloves uncomfortable at one point or another?
They became uncomfortable. We moved around. We changed gloves. You don't really need a reason to do it.
Well, no, ma'am, I'm just asking you, based on what you testified were your reasons for changing gloves, do you have an independent recollection as you sit here today of experiencing discomfort with the gloves and changing them as a result of that while you were at Bundy?
Yes.
You do have that recollection. And when did that occur, ma'am?
Several times.
Tell me which times, at what point.
I don't remember the exact point.
Tell me as best you can, ma'am. When were the several times that you changed your gloves while you were at Bundy?
I don't remember exactly when I changed my gloves.
Well, give me approximately when, ma'am. You said it happened 2 or 3 times.
Thanks, that misstates the evidence. Rephrase the question.
How many times did you say you did it, ma'am?
I changed my gloves many times. There's no reason to change it. You don't think about it. You just do it.
You said you have an independent recollection that you changed your gloves many times while you were at Bundy. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Tell me the first time you changed your gloves at Bundy, ma'am.
As I said before, I don't know the exact time when I changed my gloves.
Well, tell me what you were doing at the moment you changed your gloves the first time, ma'am.
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you were doing the second time you changed your gloves?
No, I don't think when I change my gloves, I just do it.
So you don't have any independent recollection as to what you were doing at any point when you say you changed your gloves?
That's correct.
And one moment. Now, ma'am, between the time that you picked up the hat and the glove at Bundy, you didn't change your gloves then, did you?
No.
And the reason you know that you didn't do that then is because you saw it on the videotape, isn't that correct?
I did see a videotape, yes.
Well, and that's the reason you know that you didn't change your gloves then, isn't it?
At that point, yes.
In fact, I think you testified that until you saw the videotape, you didn't even have an independent recollection of having picked up the glove and the hat at Bundy that day. Isn't that correct?
Overruled.
I wasn't sure if I picked them up or Mr. Fong.
Right. And so with in the absence of an independent, I'm sorry, so am I correct in stating that you didn't have an independent recollection of it until you actually saw the videotape?
I could not remember. That is correct.
Are you ready on that? Your Honor, with permission, I just want to show the portion of the videotape where she's picking up the hat and the glove.
Mr. Harris?
May I, with the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take that portion of the tape.
Doesn't look like it. There we go. Do we have it queued up to the portion that's pertinent here? Because we've already seen this tape before, counsel.
No, that's what I'm asking for, just the portion where she's picking it up. Okay.
Well,
Is there anything you want?
my question was, is it queued up?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. Mr. Zola, can you stop for 1 second? Can you stop 1 second, thanks. Mr. Zola, you a lefty?
Right-handed.
Okay. But you picked up the hat with your left hand, is that right?
Yes.
And, okay, and could you go forward then?
All right, let's frame 1351-4618.
Stop. Stop. Now, Ms. Mazzola, at this point you are using obviously the same hands with the same gloves, and you are opening up the bag, correct, for the next item?
Correct.
And the next item is the glove, right?
Correct.
And you are, okay, continue, please. Stop. Now, Ms. Mazzola, you used the same left hand to pick up the glove that you used to pick up the hat, right?
Correct.
In fact, you used the same fingers, didn't you?
I don't know if it's the exact same fingers, but I use the same hand.
All right. And, Ms. Mazzola, you didn't, in between picking up the hat and the glove, look down to see whether or not you had picked up any other biological material or any trace evidence on your hand, did you?
No.
In fact, before you picked up the hat, you didn't inspect your hand to see whether or not you had any other biological matter on your fingertips, did you?
No.
And after you picked up the hat and put it in the bag, you didn't inspect your hand to see whether or not there was any trace evidence from the hat before you picked up the glove, did you?
No.
Had you been taught to do that, ma'am, at the Sid Mini Academy?
No.
Would you agree, ma'am, that it's possible the trace evidence from the hat can be transferred to the rubber glove, transferred to your rubber glove when you pick it up?
It's possible.
And would you agree, ma'am, that it's possible the trace evidence that's on your rubber glove can then be transferred to the leather glove when you pick that up?
Improbable, since I handled other items between picking up the hat and the glove.
Ma'am, did you say before that one way the trace evidence gets transferred from one object to another is when those two objects come in contact?
Correct.
And would you agree that not every time two objects come in contact, does trace evidence move from one object to the next, right?
Depends on what type of items they are.
Depends on what type of items they are, it depends where the fibers are, isn't that right?
Correct.
Depends where the hairs are.
Correct.
Okay. So you could handle several different things, and the hairs and fibers might not come off on the first thing or the second thing you touch, but might come off on the third item. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Now, initially on direct examination, Ms. Mazzola, didn't you say that it wasn't necessary to change your gloves between picking up the hat and the leather glove because the two objects were touching? Did you testify to that on direct examination?
They were in close contact,
Did you
yes.
testify, not that they were simply in close contact, but did you testify that they were actually touching?
I don't remember if I said touching or close contact.
Well,
or
would
what.
you agree, when you use the expression close contact, does that mean touching to you, or does that mean that the two objects are close to one another but not actually touching?
Could be anywhere from extremely close to each other to actually touching.
Well, how did you mean it when you said in close proximity, ma'am?
Extremely close,
But not necessarily touching?
not necessarily touching.
23. Wait 1 minute. Line 23, okay. Ms. Mazzola, when you testified on direct examination last week in this case, were you asked these questions and did you give these answers? Question: and did you change gloves in between collecting the hat and the glove? Answer: no. Question by Mr. Goldberg: why not? Answer: the hat and the glove at Bundy were touching each other. They were not in two completely separate areas. They were in physical contact with each other. Were you asked those questions and did you give those answers last week at this trial?
Apparently so, yes.
And, ma'am, after you testified to that, there was a recess, wasn't there?
I don't know if there was a recess or not.
Well, later on, Mr. Goldberg asked you the same question again about the physical relationship to the hat and the glove. Did he not?
I don't remember.
Right. Reading now from page 23790.
Seven.
23790.
For what purpose?
To get a stipulation about a recess.
Proceed.
Are you ready on this other page? Sure. Well, starting on... One moment, Your Honor. Starting at line 23. Okay? And, ma'am, after the luncheon recess, were you asked,
Ask, you need a foundational question for two.
well, ma'am, at page 23790, were you asked these questions and did you give these answers? Question by Mr. Goldberg. Okay. Now, you said on direct examination, when I was asking you about collecting the glove and the watch cap, the cap, that they were in close proximity or touching. Answer, uh-huh. Question, which was it? Answer, reviewing photographs, they were in very close proximity to each other. Were you asked those questions, did you give those answers?
Yes.
And just before you asked those questions and you gave those answers at page 23790, were you sitting in this courtroom and present when Judge Ito said to you,
Wait. Do you recall if there was a recess of any type in between those questioning?
I honestly can't remember when the recesses are.
All right, court will
can I show
take...
the transcript for fresh recollection?
Wait. We have a procedure called taking judicial notice of the court's own proceedings. I will take judicial notice, and the jury is to assume to be true the fact that there was in fact a recess in between those two questions. It's a matter of the court's own record. Proceed.
Thank you. Now, during that luncheon recess, Ms. Mazzola, did the prosecutor tell you that the photographs would not support your testimony that the hat and glove were actually touching?
No, I object to this. Perhaps we can approach. I object to counsel's insinuations.
Do you have any discussion with the prosecutor or any attorney regarding this issue over the...
I looked at a photograph.
Proceed.
And was that photograph shown to you by the prosecutor?
I can't recall who showed it to me, but I saw a photograph.
Well, you didn't have it on your own. Someone else in this building had to show it to you, is that right?
Correct.
And it was after you were shown those photograph, or a photograph, that you then changed your testimony after lunch, is that correct?
I saw that they were extremely close, but not touching, yes.
And so you changed your testimony after lunch, is that correct?
I corrected it, yes.
Thank you. And, ma'am, is it your position that the reason you didn't have to change your gloves between picking up the hat and the glove is because the two items were in close proximity to one another?
Correct.
Well, when you make that decision, that two objects in close proximity but not touching don't require a change of gloves on your part, are you assuming that the hat and the glove were worn by the same person?
I don't assume anything.
And you can't assume anything
That's
about that,
correct.
can you?
That's correct.
So you don't know whether or not the hat and the glove were worn by the same person, do you?
That's correct.
You certainly didn't know that at the time you were collecting the items.
That's correct.
And you don't even know when the items were placed at that location where you collected them. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You don't know whether those two items were placed on the ground at different times, do you?
That is correct.
And isn't it true, since you can't assume either of those two facts, ma'am, that one cannot assume that just because two items are close to one another, although not touching, that the trace evidence on one will most likely be on the other?
Assumes the fact not on that list it was trace evidence.
Sustained.
Well, in the event that there, I'm sorry, one moment. When you pick up the hat, you have to be careful because there may be trace evidence on it. That's something that you were taught at the SID Mini Academy, isn't that right?
I was taught that, yes.
And you're also taught to be careful with different items that are collected at a crime scene because they may have different types of hairs and fibers on them. Isn't that correct?
Not necessarily different hairs and fibers, but just hairs and fibers.
Well, were you taught to assume that all items found at a crime scene are likely to have the same hairs and fibers because they're found at the same crime scene?
There's no telling what type of hairs and fibers are present.
Okay. And there's no telling whether or not the same hairs and fibers on one object would be found on another object, correct?
Correct.
And you can't make that assumption based on how far apart two items are to one another, can you?
Correct.
So, ma'am, wouldn't you agree that your earlier testimony in this case that you didn't have to change your gloves between picking up the hat and the leather glove here because they were close to one another and therefore trace evidence on one would be on the other one is not really consistent with what you were taught by the SID people?
I don't know.
When you say you don't know, do you mean you don't know what the supervisors at SID taught you?
I'm saying I don't know if it would be inconsistent with,
Well, if the objects had been 15 feet apart, had you been taught by people at SID Academy to change gloves before picking up the different objects?
gloves would be changed.
You were taught that they should be changed under those circumstances.
Well, if they were far apart, yes.
Well, I said 10 or 15 feet apart under
Right.
those circumstances.
Not getting down to exact distances, but far apart, yes.
Well, in your own mind, based on your own experience, do you consider 10 feet far apart?
Yes.
And so you would change the gloves under those circumstances.
Yes.
How about 5 feet?
Yes.
3 feet?
Yes.
But you made a decision here that because the two items were within inches of one another, that you didn't have to change the gloves. Is that correct?
Since that's not that, it's inches.
The decision to change gloves was made. We did not change gloves.
Was the decision made by you, or was the decision given to you by Dennis Fung?
I can't recall if I asked him about it or what. I'm not exactly sure what conversation we had at that
I
time.
mean, it may very well be that you asked Dennis Fung whether you should change your gloves for this situation, and he said no.
It's possible.
Okay. Now, also on the 13th, did you recover a set of keys in the dirt at Bundy?
Yes.
And when you recovered that set of keys, Ms. Mazzola, did you notice that there was blood on them?
Since that's not
I can't recall if I remember seeing blood or not.
Well, would you agree, based on your training, that the presence of blood on keys might be evidence that someone used the keys to defend themselves?
also speculative.
Sustained.
Have you been trained as a criminalist to make an effort to identify relevant evidence?
Overly broad.
Yes.
And have you been trained as a criminalist to identify when items of evidence have blood on them?
You notice if something has blood, yes.
And if it has blood on it, that's something that's going to get special attention from you as a criminalist, isn't it?
Vague as to special attention.
It is handled slightly differently.
And so, if the keys had blood on them, as a criminalist, wouldn't you want to have those keys examined for serology purposes?
It is possible they would go to serology.
Well, don't the serologists and other people at SID expect the criminalist who is collecting the evidence to give them a debriefing, so to speak, of what you found and to hear your suggestions on as to what should be done? Isn't that something you're expected to do?
That would be up to the supervising criminalist.
Okay, and but you would agree that the supervising criminalist, whoever he or she may be in a given crime scene, is expected to brief the other people at SID as to what items may have relevant or potentially relevant evidence.
No foundation calls for speculation.
Over. You can answer the question.
Yes,
And based on what you were taught, you would expect a supervising criminalist to tell the people at SID that keys that were recovered had blood on them.
Sustained.
Now, you also picked up an envelope which contained eyeglasses at the Bundy scene, didn't you?
yes,
Did you see the body of Mr. Goldman dragged across that envelope?
no,
You noted on your field notes that morning that the envelope contained eyeglasses, correct?
correct.
And in your training at SID, have you read personally or has anyone at SID read to you the following provision of the Los Angeles Police Department manual, referring to section 510.10?
This is an improper procedure, Your Honor. This is hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, in your training at SID, were you given instruction as to what methods to utilize for the proper booking of items of evidence?
Yes,
And were you told or instructed that when you take an item which is in a closed container, that you are expected to open that container to see what's inside? Is that something you've been taught?
that is something that's been mentioned, yes.
And is there in fact a standard procedure utilized at SID for inspecting envelopes or other types of closed containers when you collect them to investigate what's inside?
I don't know if there's a standard procedure or not.
Well, is it your procedure to simply open the item and look inside and see what's there?
I leave that to the more experienced criminalists.
Well, you noted on your property. You noted on your property, I'm sorry, withdrawn. You noted on your field notes, Ms. Mazzola, that item 39 that was collected was an envelope with glasses. Is that correct?
Check the item number. Yes,
And did Mr. Fung open the envelope in your presence to show you that there was a pair of eyeglasses inside?
The envelope was not securely closed. You could see there were glasses inside.
Okay, so you saw a pair of eyeglasses inside just by looking through a partial opening in the envelope?
Correct.
And when you examined that pair of eyeglasses inside, did there seem to be anything unusual about it?
We just know that there were eyeglasses inside, and that was the extent of it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of your answer, ma'am.
So we just noted that there were eyeglasses inside the envelope, and that was the extent of it.
And at that point, when you peered into that envelope, you didn't notice that anything was missing from those pair of eyeglasses, is that correct?
That's correct as far as I could see.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like the witness to open the envelope for item 39.
Do we have any butcher paper and
There.
gloves?
I guess she needs gloves too.
Exhibit 32.
Mr. Neufeld, I've asked Mrs. Robertson to see if she could get a sheet of butcher paper because of the nature of that item.
Thank you.
Why don't you just spread that out on the counter in front of you? All right, Mr. Neufeld, proceed. And this is evidence item, court evidence item, which, Mr. Neufeld?
It's People's Exhibit number 32.
Equals
This is the
32.
larger plastic bag.
Thank you. Proceed. Mr. Goldberg, if you want to stand behind counsel there, you're welcome
Yeah.
to do so.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, before you begin opening this, the Ziploc bag, the large Ziploc bag that the items are in, can you tell what items are actually inside the Ziploc bag?
There is a brown paper bag with writing on it.
Okay.
There is a white envelope with writing on it, and appears to be a pair of glasses inside. And there appears to be 2 paper bindles with writing on each.
Now, the brown paper bag that you just described, would that be the brown paper bag that the white envelope with the eyeglasses in it was placed into at the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please open the exhibit, please?
Don't you have that rule in New York? The witness is breaking the seals that are at the top zip part of the bag. Mr. Neufeld.
Now, could you please open the white envelope as well that was inside the bag? And remove the contents.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, how many lenses are inside that envelope?
One.
And this lens that you see in the envelope isn't even in the eyeglasses, right? It's outside the glasses, correct? But when you looked in the envelope that day, you said there was nothing unusual about the pair of eyeglasses, correct?
Overruled.
I saw a pair of glasses.
Okay. You didn't notice, I'm sorry, withdrawn. Would you please feel the rest of the brown paper bag to see if there's any other lens in that?
Does not appear to be anything.
And there are two small bindles in there. Could you feel those to see if there's a lens in that? You don't have to open it.
Does not appear to be a lens.
Ms. Mazzola, do you know what happened to the second lens after you collected this pair of eyeglasses on the morning of June 13th?
Assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you said a moment ago that when you collected the item, it was a pair of eyeglasses, correct?
Correct.
And you said that they were intact at that point, correct?
Mistakes the testimony.
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, did you say that you didn't notice anything at all unusual about the pair of eyeglasses?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I believe I said I noticed a pair of eyeglasses.
And did you also say that you didn't notice anything unusual when you peered into that envelope and looked at the pair of eyeglasses?
I noticed that there were a pair of eyeglasses in the envelope. I did not open the envelope.
Did you also testify a moment ago that when you looked into the envelope, though, you didn't notice anything unusual?
From what I could see, and as far as I looked, they were just a pair of eyeglasses.
And if a lens was missing from the pair of eyeglasses, that would be unusual, would it not?
That would be it.
Overruled.
That would be yes.
To your knowledge, has any investigation been conducted by the Scientific Investigation Division of the Los Angeles Police Department to find out where the second lens is?
Calls for hearsay, it's irrelevant.
If she knows.
Assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
You can put that away now, man.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, just wait 1 minute. With permission, I'd like to show another brief snippet of videotape.
Which videotape?
The videotape of that was shown both on the direct examination, also by the defense.
That doesn't
of
help
Ms.
me. Which videotape?
Of Ms. Mazzola passing the envelope to Dennis Fung.
That comment assumes facts that aren't in evidence,
Well,
but you can show the videotape.
Passing an item to Dennis Fung behind the coroners.
You can show the videotape.
Item 1082, Exhibit 1082.
We're looking at frames 1335, 10 to 13.
Yeah, could you just back up a second, please? Okay. Now, Ms. Mazzola, you said on direct examination that the object, it was your opinion that the object that you were passing to Mr. Fung at this moment is not the envelope which contained the eyeglasses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you said that it was your practice not to pass an object that had blood on it to an individual who didn't have gloves on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that your basis for concluding it's not the envelope?
That, and it does not appear to be the right packaging. The main thing is I would not pass anything with blood on it to an ungloved colleague.
Now, by the time you picked up that envelope, it's already sometime, what, around noon, would you say, on the 13th?
I don't know the exact time.
Well, certainly later than 11 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yes.
And by that time, the blood on the envelope had dried, had it not?
It might have.
And ma'am, isn't it true that one side of that envelope doesn't have very much blood on it? Take a look at it.
That's correct.
Could you please show the jury, hold it up for the jury, first the side, the back of the envelope, which has a fair amount of blood on it. And now please turn it around and display for the jury the side of the envelope which is pretty clean and doesn't have much blood on it. I withdraw that.
Jury can draw its own conclusion.
Right. Would you agree, ma'am, that the object in the video is not a brown bag?
Does not appear to be.
Let me just ask, 1492, were you able to see that? All right, thank you.
One moment. Could you turn over the envelope, please? And would you agree that it is not a coin envelope?
It does not appear to be one of the smaller coin envelopes.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, when you were packing items of evidence that day, the keys, the beeper, and other items, you put them in envelopes such as this that I'm showing you right now, indicating prosecution's exhibit 1630, D as in David?
They were in coin envelopes, the size depending on the size of the item.
Ma'am, isn't it true that that day on June 13th, you had no coin envelopes that were the size of the object shown in the picture that you're looking at right now?
I can't recall if we had that size in the kits or not. I don't know.
It's not a plastic bag, is it, Ms. Mazzola?
No.
And it's not the posse box, is it, Ms. Mazzola?
No.
And all of your notes that day were being written on a clipboard, is that correct?
That's correct.
You didn't keep any small pad for any other purpose, did you?
No.
And that's not the clipboard, is it?
No.
Before you took the witness stand on direct examination, during your prep session, were you told that the defense in this case had suggested that this item in this picture was in fact the envelope that contained the glasses? Had you been told that?
I remember it being mentioned, yes.
And had you been told also that when Dennis Fung was confronted with that allegation, that Dennis Fung denied it?
Which allegation?
That that item that you see in that image is in fact the envelope that contained the eyeglasses. Were you told that Dennis Fung denied it?
I might have been told that.
All right, referring to the image at 133407.
Yes. As C? Being printed as sub-item C.
All right, 1082 sub C.
Right.
Thank you, counsel.
Now, when you testified at the trial last week on direct examination, Mr. Goldberg simply put up this image and asked you whether it was the envelope. Is that correct?
Well, it's irrelevant.
Overruled. Overruled.
I believe so.
But when you were prepped on this particular matter during the prep sessions, you had been told that it was the defense position that it was the envelope, weren't you? You've been told that.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And when you were told that, didn't Mr. Goldberg or other prosecutors tell you that it was the prosecution's position that it was not the envelope?
I don't believe they told me that they believed it was not the envelope.
Did they tell you they believed it was the envelope?
I don't recall if they told me one way or another.
And I'm now going to show another small segment of the videotape that was shown by the prosecutor on direct examination.
Which item?
1078. See the brown object on the blanket?
There appears to be a dark object off to one side, yes.
Now, when you saw this videotape, when you were being prepped, I'm sorry, you did see this videotape while you were being prepped, didn't you?
I saw the videotape, yes.
Well, I mean, you didn't see it for the first time when you were on direct examination in this trial, did you?
That's correct.
And when you were being prepped by, and when you testified at the trial, you were asked by Mr. Goldberg, is that the leather glove? And I believe you said no. Is that correct?
No, this is an impeachment.
Overruled.
It's not wrong.
I don't know if those were the exact words.
In sum and substance. Would that be a fair statement, ma'am?
Overruled.
That would be a fair statement.
Okay. But when you were prepped by the prosecutor in this case, weren't you told that it was the defense position that the brown object that you see on the white sheet of white blanket in this picture was in fact the Bundy glove? Were you told that?
I was asked if I remember the glove being there in that position, and then they mentioned that the defense was thinking it was the glove.
Okay. And so you knew when you testified at trial here and said it wasn't the glove, that the defense was taking the position that it was the glove, correct? You knew that before you took the witness stand.
I testified to where I remember seeing the glove myself.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you knew before you got on the witness stand at this trial that the defense was taking the position that that was the glove, didn't you?
Yes.
And Ms. Mazzola, when you got on the witness stand here on direct examination, had you already been told that that glove had been moved at least once? prior to the time that it was collected?
I think that I remember hearing that it had been turned over or moved slightly.
Had you been shown photographs which displayed the glove in two different locations?
Two different positions, yes.
All right. And would it be fair to say, Ms. Mazzola, that you didn't know when you saw the glove in those two different positions whether the glove had been moved from position 1 to some other position and then have had someone else return it to what you saw as position 2? Is that a fair statement?
Unintelligible.
I just testified to where I remember seeing the glove when I saw it.
But Ms. Mazzola, even before you testified as to where you remember seeing the glove, you told us a moment ago that you were shown photographs which showed the glove in two different positions, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that for the glove to get into two different positions, it had to have been moved by somebody or something? Would that be correct?
Overruled.
Correct.
And isn't it also possible, Ms. Mazzola, that the glove was originally in the position displayed in the first photograph that you saw, and then somehow it got moved to another location, and then someone simply put it back close to where it was initially, and so you saw it in the second position?
Sustained. All right, counsel, we're going to take our recess at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. And do not allow anybody to communicate with you. And we will resume at 10:30. Ms. Mazzola, you may step down. If you would, repackage those items, please, and return them to Mrs. Robertson. We'll be in recess for 15. Again, on the witness stand, undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Neufeld. Good morning again, Ms. Mazzola.
Good morning.
You're again reminded you are under oath. Mr. Neufeld, you may conclude.
Thank you. In direct examination, Ms. Mazzola, you testified that a criminalist must use his or her discretion in deciding which items to collect.
Correct.
And I believe you testified that a criminalist can't simply pick up every little bit of paper at a crime scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe it was your position that if you do that, you're simply adding a lot of garbage. Is that what you said, ma'am?
Something to that effect.
Now, I'll show the witness item, Exhibit 1080, 1080. Now, Ms. Mazzola, you see the piece of paper on the tile in between the person who is pointing and the white envelope?
On the tile?
Did you see a piece of paper on the ground?
There appears to be something on the tile.
Well, it's an object
On the
other
walk-
than the tile itself, is that correct?
Excuse me, Mr. Neufeld, you need to let Ms. Mazzola finish answering.
Sorry, Your Honor. Sorry, Ms. Mazzola.
It appears to be something other than the tile.
And I'd like you to take a look at the photo itself. You may see better resolution, Ms. Mazzola.
Okay.
Would you agree that it appears to be a piece of paper that's on the, sitting on the tile?
Yes.
And Ms. Mazzola, that piece of paper was not collected by you on June 13th, was it?
No, I did not remember seeing the paper on June 13th.
And you never saw Dennis Fung collect that piece of paper, did you?
No.
Had you seen that piece of paper, you would have certainly collected it, wouldn't you?
I would have looked at it to find out what it was.
Well, wouldn't you be concerned as a criminalist that that piece of paper found so close to the body of Nicole Brown Simpson could have a fingerprint belonging to the assailant?
Yes, it's possible.
And that if the assailant was bleeding at this point in time, that that piece of paper might have a drop of blood that belonged to the assailant, correct?
It's a possibility.
That piece of paper might even have writing on it, which would give some indication as to either the identity or the motive of whomever or however many people that were involved in this case were the assailants.
Sustained.
In other words, Ms. Mazzola, that piece of paper found so close to the body of Nicole Brown Simpson could have been a very relevant piece of evidence.
Sustained, but the jury can draw their own conclusion given the proximity.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, calling your attention now to the drops of blood that were on the walkway at Bundy. You collected 5 drops of blood, is that correct? 5 blood stains on that walkway.
Let me check and make sure
Please
exactly
do.
how many. Ms. Mazzola, the reason that you collected those drops is because you had been told by the detectives that these drops might perhaps come from the person who was the assailant, as a possibility. Weren't you told that? That was a possibility, yes.
And the detectives, I believe, walked you and Dennis Fung along that walkway, pointing out the different blood drops or blood stains to you, did they not?
I went up to a certain point on the walkway. They were pointing out the drops, yes.
And when you say that they were pointing out the drops, they were pointing out the stains, isn't that right?
Correct.
And now that you have seen Detective Lang and Van Adder, and you know what they look like, the detectives who took you on this walkthrough, were either of them Detective Lang or Van Adder?
I can't remember which ones were there that day.
How many different detectives took you on that walkthrough, approximately?
I wasn't counting detectives, I don't know.
All right, well, was it more than 2?
There was more than one.
All right. And they were both speaking and pointing out different items to you and Dennis Fung?
They were talking to Mr. Fung, yes.
And you could hear what they were saying?
Certain portions, yes.
And you collected every stain that you saw along this walkway, did you not?
The stains were in the trail, yes.
Okay. And could you step down for 1 second, please?
All right, do you have the long pointer there? Mr. Neufeld.
Okay. Ms. Mazzola, you said you collected every stain that was along that walkway, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't simply say, I will only collect representative stains, did you?
On this, no.
You made a decision with Dennis Fung that you would collect each and every stain along that way, correct?
I was told to pick up every stain,
By Dennis Fung.
yes.
And he told you that even before you started picking up the stains, didn't he?
Yes.
Now, item number 50, by the way, isn't it true that you would collect items of evidence in sequence?
As much as possible, yes.
So the photo ID numbers that you use, such as 112 for item 47, was collected before photo ID number 113, which corresponds to item 48. Isn't that right? That was your practice.
For the most part,
Well, was that your practice to do that?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
on this occasion, we started working on the trail, the walkway, because we wanted to get those stains up first.
Okay. Well, did you pick up the stains on the walkway before you picked up the perishables and loose items of evidence, such as the hat and the glove and the keys?
No, they were recovered first, and then we went on to the walkway.
Okay, so first you picked up the items, the perishable items, and then you started collecting the stains. Is that right?
Sustained. Assumes facts that aren't in evidence.
First you started collecting the non-stain evidence, and then you went on to collect stains. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you got to that walkway and you started collecting them, did you collect item 47 first on the walkway?
Yes,
And then you collected item 48, correct?
correct.
And then you collected item 49, is that right? Could you please point out to the jury where items 47, 48, and 49 are?
47, right here. 8 and 49.
Can you see that too? And then, did you then go on to pick up item 50?
Yes,
And could you please point out where item 50 is? And would you agree, ma'am, that item 50 is located simply a few feet from the back gate along that walkway?
on the diagram, it appears to be close to the back gate.
All right? And in fact, ma'am, to get, then at some point did you pick up item 52 after you picked up item 50?
Yes,
And to get to item 52, you had to walk through the back gate, didn't you?
I just kept on going. There was no gate barring my way.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, are you saying that there was no gate at the Bundy walkway on June 13th, 1994? Is that your testimony?
I do not recall seeing a gate on that morning.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, if other witnesses had testified that they were absolutely certain that there was a gate present at the rear of that walkway on June 13th, would that affect your testimony today as to whether or not there was a gate there on June 13th?
It's an improper hypothetical.
Sustained.
Do you have any reason to believe, Ms. Mazzola, that there wasn't a gate there on June 13th when you collected the evidence?
Argumentative assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Ms. Mazzola, have you been back to the scene since at Bundy?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen the gate back there?
I have seen the gate since, yes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you were at the SID Mini Academy, Ms. Mazzola, did they teach you how to look for evidence?
Yes,
In fact, when you were at Rockingham that morning, Ms. Mazzola, you and Dennis Fung looked all along the driveway, systematically, for every possible red stain along the way, didn't you?
yes,
And you'd been taught to do that at the SID Mini Academy, hadn't you?
yes,
And likewise, Ms. Mazzola, at Bundy, as you proceeded along that walkway, in that line, you were looking for as many red stains as could be there, correct?
in that trail, yes.
And when you say that trail, you mean all the way from where 47 is, and could you point to 47, please? And now could you point to 52? And all along that line, connecting those two dots, from 47 to 52, you were looking systematically all along that way for any red stains. Isn't that correct?
The area had already been searched for red stains. I was following the trail that I was told to pick up.
Ms. Mazzola, a moment ago I asked you whether or not you had been taught to systematically examine trail or walkway for any and all red stains. I
Yes.
believe you answered yes. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you were at the Bundy location that day, ma'am, were you also systematically examining that walkway from item 47 to item 52 for the presence of red stains?
It's vague as to whether you as collective or individual.
Oh,
Were you doing that?
It had already been searched for red stains before I started collecting them.
Yes. And the person who searched for red stains before you started collecting it was you and Dennis Fung. Isn't that correct?
Myself up to a certain point with Mr. Funk, and the detectives and Mr. Funk continued on out the back.
Ms. Mazzola, who told you to pick up item 52?
Mr. Funk,
He told you that there was a blood stain outside the rear gate, correct?
who told me there was a blood stain on the driveway.
Have you been taught, Ms. Mazzola, at the SID Mini Academy to independently look for evidence when you're at a crime scene?
To a certain extent, yes.
Have you been taught, Ms. Mazzola, to keep your eyes open as you walk through a crime scene to see if there's any relevant evidence?
Yes.
And Ms. Mazzola, did you keep your eyes open when you left item 50 and headed through the rear gate to item 52?
My eyes were open when I went out the back.
Okay. And when you walked out that back, you didn't see any red stains on the rear gate, did you?
Seems facts that I know this, she saw the gate.
oh,
I honestly don't remember seeing a gate there.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, now that you said you've been back to that location, correct?
Correct.
And you know the gate is there.
Correct.
And you know from speaking to other people about this case that the gate was there, in fact, on the 13th, don't you?
Yes, it was there on the 13th.
And so once again, I ask you, when you were walking from item 50 to item 52 with your eyes open, did you notice any bloodstains on the gate?
I did not notice a gate.
Did you notice any bloodstains there, Ms. Mazzola?
This is bad, Chair, next to answer.
sustain. She's answered she didn't see the gate. If she didn't see the gate, she couldn't see anything that wasn't on it. Or was on it.
Thank you. Let me turn it to this. Ms. Mazzola, when you were prepped to testify in this case by the prosecutors, were you told that there was an issue in this case, that is, the fact that blood drops, alleged blood drops, were not recovered from the gate on June 13th, but were recovered from the gate 3 weeks later? Were you told that
I remember hearing something about that.
during the prep sessions?
I can't recall if it was during the prep sessions or not.
And were you told during those prep sessions, Ms. Pizzola, that one way to deal with that particular problem would be to say that you never even saw the gate when you were there?
No.
Did you come up with that idea on your own, ma'am?
Sustain.
When you went back to Rockingham for the second time, Ms. Mazzola, did you make any contemporaneous note to indicate the time that you arrived back at Rockingham?
I don't believe we did.
Now, do you know what time you left Bundy?
The approximate time, yes.
And how do you know the approximate time?
Because it was written down while we were in the truck going back to Rockingham.
And where did you write that down?
I believe it was in the notes.
Which note?
Let me check.
Can I first witness this to see what note she's looking at?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Mr. Goldberg?
I have it written down here.
Well, when you say you have it written down here, that's not an original entry that was made contemporaneous to the making out of these field notes on the 13th, is it?
It doesn't appear to be.
Okay. Do you have any contemporaneous note that you made to indicate what time you left Bundy?
There doesn't appear to be.
And a moment ago, ma'am, when you testified that you wrote down the time you had left Bundy while you and Dennis Fung were in the van on the way back to Rockingham, is that something that you had just made up?
Overruled.
I believe we had written down the time.
Well, what was your basis when you testified a moment ago that you wrote down the time you left Bundy in the van while you and Dennis Fung were on your way back to Rockingham?
That I knew the approximate time that we had left Bundy.
But did you have an independent recollection of actually writing it down while you were in the van in transit?
I can't remember if I recall if it was exactly when we were in the van, if we had just left or we were sitting in the truck getting ready to leave or
But you
what.
said you had an independent recollection. I'm sorry. Okay,
Counsel,
sorry. Please.
No, go ahead.
But a moment ago, you testified that you did have a recollection that either while you were sitting in the van or while the van was in transit, that you actually wrote down an entry as to the time that you had left Bundy. Wasn't that what you just testified to a little while ago?
Correct.
My question to you is, ma'am, when you testified to that a little while ago, did you simply make that up?
No, I thought we had.
And what was your basis for believing that you had done that?
That I knew the approximate time we had left.
Well, and what was the source of your information as to the approximate time that you left?
The time that I had in my notes.
But the time you just put in your note is not a note that you made on June 13th, is it?
It appears not to be.
all right, now we've gone through this twice now.
As best you can recall at this time, Ms. Mazzola, what time did you leave Bundy?
Approximately 3:15 or so.
Yet, would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that you have no independent basis for estimating that time?
Sustained.
Now, when you first got back to Rockingham, Ms. Mazzola, the first place you inspected was the exterior south side of Mr. Simpson's residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And while you were down inspecting and examining that location on Mr. Simpson's property, you noticed a red mark on a wire hanging down. Did you not?
It was brought to my attention that there was a red mark on a wire back there.
And who was it who brought that to your attention?
I can't remember if it was Mr. Fung or a detective.
And after it was brought to your attention, did you then return to the front of the house to go get your stain collection kit?
Yes,
And then once you got the stain collection kit, you alone went back to the side of the house to collect that stain. Is that right?
correct.
And that reddish discoloration that you collected on that wire, that became item number 11, did it not?
Yes,
And you collected that item number 11 without Dennis Fung even being present to observe. Isn't that correct?
that's correct.
And just like the other stains that you collected that day, you swatched the reddish area, did you not?
I swatched the area that came up phenol positive. I had trouble seeing exactly the red mark itself.
Ms. Mazzola, you saw a reddish discoloration on the wire?
It was pointed out to me, but I still couldn't quite make it out.
You're saying that you couldn't make out that it was a reddish stain on the wire before you collected it? Is that your testimony?
The wire was dirty, and we did a phenol test on it.
Ms. Mazzola, I'm asking, may I have a sidebar, Your Honor? Just-
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
With the court reporter. Thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to Ms. Mazzola's testimony concerning the testing of the wire using the phenolphthalein presumptive test, I'm going to direct you to disregard her testimony that she got a positive result from that test. The reason for that is phenolphthalein is what is called a presumptive test. It only means that it's possible that blood is there, but other things also give a positive test. And unless there is a test to confirm that it is in fact blood and human blood, then you should not consider that result. So since there is no confirmatory test on this particular wire, you are to disregard the fact that there was a positive phenolphthalein result on the wire. All right, thank you. Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I will allow the testimony to stand, however, as to her taking the swatch.
Oh, yes. Taking the swatch and putting it in the bag?
Yes,
Okay.
proceed.
In fact, when you collected item number 11, Ms. Mazzola, did you make a control swatch?
Yes,
And then you also made a separate swatch of the item of evidence, is that correct?
correct.
And even before you collected item 11, Ms. Mazzola, did you make an entry in your field notes indicating the location of the item?
Yes,
And when you collected the item, did you also make an entry in your field notes as to the time at which you collected it?
yes.
And what was the time, ma'am?
It's approximately 1540.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, you testified that you learned, subsequent to your testifying on August 23rd, that it really was not necessary for you to fill in the time for every item that you collected at a crime scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were you told that you only had to enter the times where it was relevant?
Some people said that, yes.
Well, let me ask you what your criteria were on June 13th. What was your criteria for deciding when to write down a time on the field notes as opposed to those instances where you chose not to write down a time?
I really don't remember what my criteria was at the time.
Well, by looking at your field notes now, can you reconstruct what your reason was for writing down times that you collected some items, but not writing down the times that you collected other items?
Not really, no.
But it is your best recollection that the primary criteria should be when the criminalist believes it relevant. Is that right?
From what I've learned subsequent to that, yes.
Now, for item number 6, which was a blood stain at Rockingham, you did write down the time, did you not?
I believe so.
Why don't you check your notes?
Let me make sure. Yes,
But you didn't write down the time for any of the stains that you collected at Bundy. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Now, is the reason that you gave that kind of disparate treatment to the single drop at Rockingham as opposed to any and all of the stains at Bundy because you believe that item number 6 at Rockingham was relevant and the time you collected item number 6 at Rockingham was relevant, but the time that you collected any and all of the stains at Bundy were irrelevant?
Unintelligible and also single drop in the state's testimony.
Oh, do you understand the question?
Not really.
Rephrase the question.
Certainly. You would agree that you didn't note the time that you collected any of the stains at Bundy, is that right?
That's correct.
My question, therefore, Ms. Mazzola, is the reason that you recorded the time you collected item number 6 at Rockingham, but didn't record the collection of any of the stains at Bundy because you deemed time to be relevant for item number 6, but irrelevant with respect to all the blood drops at Bundy?
No,
Well, if relevant was supposed to be the criteria by which you decided whether to note the time, then what was the reason why you noted it for number 6 at Rockingham, but didn't note it for a single stain at Bundy?
Assumes facts and evidence. Testimony.
Oral.
I learned that it would be relevant since then. At the time, I was trying to keep track of the time. When we arrived at Bundy, Mr. Fung informed me that we would be collecting a lot of samples. The time that we started picking up, the time that we ended, keep an eye on that. Individual samples don't bother.
Well, when you say the time that you started, you mean the time you collected the first item and the time that you collected the last item?
He said, try to keep an eye on that, and that
Okay.
was it.
Did you note, what was the first blood stain that you collected at Bundy? Bundy.
Property item 41.
That was the first stain you collected? And did you note in your field notes the time that you collected the first stain?
No.
And what was the last stain that you collected at Bundy?
The last stain was from a shoe print that Mr. Fung lifted.
And did you note the time of that?
No, we did not.
So is it now your best recollection that Dennis Fung told you to note the time you collected the first stain and the time you collected the last stain, but you simply forgot to do it?
Yes.
And once you entered the house, after you collected item 11, the first item that you collected inside the house was item number 12, is that right?
Correct.
And those would be the drops of blood that you found in the foyer of Mr. Simpson's home.
Correct.
And before you collected item number 12, you did an inspection of the first floor of the house, did you not?
I can't remember if we inspected first or picked up first.
All right. Well, what time did you actually pick up item number 12? Did you record that in your notes?
Let's see. Yes,
And what time was that?
16:30,
That would be 3:30, 3:30? No, 4:30.
4:30.
4:30 in the afternoon. Thank you. And either before or after you picked up item 12, you did do an inspection of the first floor of the house looking for bloody clothing, is that right?
For blood in general.
All right, looking for blood stains,
Correct.
looking for blood smears,
Correct.
looking for flecks of dried blood.
Correct.
And you examined the kitchen, didn't you?
Yes.
You examined the kitchen sink?
I did not personally.
Well, do you know whether Dennis Fung examined the kitchen sink?
Overruled.
Personally, I don't know if he did or not.
Right? Did you examine the laundry room?
Yes.
Did you examine the living room
Yes.
and the dining room?
Yes.
And would you agree that except for the several drops that you found right in the foyer inside the front door, that there were no bloodstains found anywhere on the first floor of that house?
That's correct.
And that there was no blood smears found anywhere on the first floor of that house?
That's correct.
And that there were no blood flakes of dry blood found anywhere on the first floor of that house?
We did not find any.
Well, and that's what you were looking for, weren't you?
That's correct.
And you were taught, ma'am, looking for blood evidence to examine the location in a systematic way. Isn't that correct?
It is redundant.
Not to the inside of the house.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Especially with negative results.
And after you inspected the first floor, you went up to the second floor, is that right?
That's correct.
And did you inspect counters?
Yes.
Did you inspect light switchers?
Yes.
Did you inspect the shelves in Mr. Simpson's closet?
As the shelves themselves or the contents? What?
Just the front of the shelves
I
for any sign of blood?
don't remember if we looked at the front of the shelves or not.
Did you look at knobs on the drawers?
I believe so.
And no flakes of dried blood were found in those locations that I just enumerated to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
And no smears of wet blood were found in those locations that I just enumerated to you?
We did not find any.
One moment. And while you were there, Ms. Mazzola, did you inspect either the intercom or the telephone to see whether or not there were any bloodstains on it?
I did not personally know.
Do you know whether Dennis Fung did?
I do not know personally if he did or not.
Well, telephone's one of the locations that you were taught at the SID Mini Academy to examine for the presence of blood.
We were not taught to look at the phone. We were taught to look at things in general.
Now, up on the second floor in Mr. Simpson's bedroom, were you shown a pair of dark socks on the floor?
There were a pair of dark socks on the floor.
And who pointed out the socks to you?
I don't know if it was one of the detectives or Mr. Fung.
Didn't you and Dennis Fung ascend the stairs together to the second floor?
I don't know if we were together all the time or not. I can't remember.
Not all the time, but were you together when you went upstairs? When you left the first floor and went to the second floor?
We were both on the second level at the same time.
And at that point in time, you were still looking for any sign of blood, is that correct?
Yes,
And you were also looking to see whether or not any of the clothing had blood, is that correct?
yes.
And was Dennis Fung already in the room where the socks were prior to your arrival in that room?
I don't think so, but I can't be positive.
Did Dennis Fung pick up the socks in your presence?
He collected the socks, yes.
And did he give them to you to put into a brown paper bag, or did he put it in the bag himself?
He put them in the bag himself.
And you saw him do that?
Yes,
And you said a moment ago that both you and Dennis Fung were looking for blood, is that right?
yes.
And you saw, of course, Dennis Fung examine or look at the socks before he put them into the bag, did he not?
I don't know if I was watching him all the time or not.
So as you sit here today, you don't know whether or not and to what extent Dennis Fung examined those socks before putting them in the bag. Is that your testimony?
Yes,
Did you personally observe the socks before, or examine the socks up close before they were put in the bag?
no,
You relied on Dennis Fung to do that?
yes.
Well, since facts not evidence that was done.
I'm asking her
Overruled.
state of mind. That's-
Overruled.
And while you were in that room with Dennis Fung, did he at any point express to you, "Oh, I see blood on the socks"?
Sustained.
Did Dennis Fung say anything to you to indicate that he observed stains on the socks?
Sustained.
When you were up in the bedroom, did you examine the carpet where the socks were found?
I did not personally, no.
Did you see Dennis Fung look at the carpet where the socks were found?
Okay, Mrs. Law.
Overruled.
I can't remember if I saw him looking at the carpet while he picked up the socks or
Well,
not.
Ms. Mazzola, you said that you and he, it was your purpose to be examining items in the house for the presence of blood. Is that correct?
As to the carpet only, would you focus in on that, please?
So, okay.
But we've all been to Mr. Simpson's home, the jury, counsel. We've seen the number of items that are there. If we go through each and every item, we'll be here for a long time.
I agree, Your Honor,
suggest we
sorry.
not do that,
Okay.
especially since there are only a few items in the house.
Well, with respect to the carpet in the room,
Respect to the carpet.
both the large carpet and the smaller area rug as well. You didn't observe any flecks of blood on that carpeting, isn't that right?
The areas I looked at, I did not.
And you did not observe any smears of blood on that carpet or on that rug, isn't that correct?
On the areas I looked at, I did not.
And nor did you observe any drop of blood at either of those locations, did you?
On the areas I looked at, I did not.
And in the areas that you looked at on that carpet and on that rug, did you observe any soil?
I can't remember if I saw soil or not.
Well, if you saw an unusual amount of, if you saw any soil at all, would it have been your standard practice to call that to Dennis Fung's attention?
It depends on what you regard as any amount. I mean, carpet naturally has some dirt on it.
Did you see any soil as opposed to other types of debris on the rug or on the carpet when you inspected it on June 13th?
I do not believe so.
And you said that the one place that you actually saw a red stain was on the floor of the bathroom in the master bedroom. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it was just a small, faint smear, wasn't it?
It was small, yes.
It wasn't a drop, it was simply a smear. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And you do not know, or did not know at the time, how long that faint smear of blood had been on that floor, do you?
I don't know, no.
Well, Miss Mazzola, have either you or any member of your family ever cut yourself shaving in the bathroom?
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, based on your professional experience, do you find it unusual that you would see one small faint smear of blood on the floor of a bathroom?
Sustained. Is there any way to date blood samples that you find at scenes?
With my experience, I don't know.
Move on.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, when you returned to Rockingham that afternoon, you did collect several items of evidence, isn't that right?
That's right.
And it was your practice to write down on the field notes every item of evidence that you and Mr. Fung received, isn't that right?
Yes.
And it was the standard procedure at SID that you would record the collection of each item in the field notes at or about the time that the item was actually received. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, over the 2 days, June 13th and June 14th, you were asked to record the collection of approximately 50 or so items. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure exactly how many. Quite a few.
Well, could you look at your notes to refresh your recollection to see the approximate number of items that you collected during those 2 days?
Doesn't the evidence collection sheet speak for itself? The jury's seen it. We know it's a lot of items.
Well, I believe, Your Honor, it's approximately 50, 55 items, and I didn't want to testify.
I agree. Do we need to have the time to have the witness sit here and count the number of items?
Ms. Mazzola, other than the blood vial belonging to Mr. Simpson, isn't it a fact that every other item was recorded over those 2 days contemporaneous to its being collected?
Except 2 items we recovered before we left Rockingham on that day.
You said except for 2 items?
Correct.
And what number were those 2 items?
Property items 15 and 16.
Well, in your field notes, did you make an entry that property items 15 and 16 were collected at approximately 1700 hours?
That is the entry, yes.
And did you make that entry in the afternoon while you were at Rockingham before you left Rockingham?
No.
When and where did you make those entries for items 15 and 16, Ms. Mazzola?
It was the following day at the laboratory.
Do you have an independent recollection of that?
It was at the laboratory the next day.
No, I'm asking you, do you have an independent recollection that it was at the laboratory the next day? Or did someone tell you or suggest to you that that's when it was?
It's my handwriting. That was the only time it could be.
Well, no, Ms. Mazzola, your handwriting appears in these field notes as saying the time of collection was 1700 hours. By looking at your handwriting in those notes, you can't tell whether you made that entry at approximately 1700 hours on June 13th or the next day, can you?
It was not made on June 13th.
And how do you know that it was not made on June 13th?
Because our field notes were in the posse box, which was locked in the back of the truck at the time.
Ms. Mazzola,
Are you saying that you did not collect items 15 and 16 until after the, I'm sorry, what were the field notes on? A clipboard?
The posse box, yes, clipboard.
Well, no. Is a posse box different than a clipboard?
It serves as a posse box and clipboard. There is a place to hold the papers on the outside.
All right. And are you saying that before you collected items 15 and 16, you had already put the posse box into the rear of the van and locked the van?
Yes,
And how do you know that items 15 and 16 were collected after the posse box was locked in the van as opposed to before?
because our kits were also in the back of the truck that had our packaging material.
Ms. Mazzola, your kits with your packaging material were locked in the box, your kits with your packaging material were locked in the rear of the van at the same time you locked the posse box in the rear of the van, is that correct?
That's correct.
And have you seen a videotape showing you walking to the van with your kit?
I have seen many videos, but I believe I've seen a few with us walking to the truck with the kits.
And when you're walking to the truck with kits, you're also walking with a posse box, correct?
I believe the posse box is also there, yes.
And on that videotape that you saw, which showed you walking to the back of the van with those items, there was a time code on that tape, was there not?
I don't remember.
Well, one moment, Your Honor. Because I didn't anticipate it, I'm sorry. Ms. Mazzola, while he's getting that, just so I can back up a second, the reason you believe that the two entries of 1,700 for items 15 and 16 were written the next day is because you believe that at the time you picked up 15 and 16, the posse box, which contained the field notes, was already locked in the van. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the reason you believe that the posse box was locked in the van at that particular time is because you saw a videotape of yourself locking the posse box in the van. Isn't that correct?
I remember when we collected items 15 and 16 and what we packaged them in. That's why I know that we did not have our kits or the posse box with us.
Ms. Mazzola, as you can best recall it today, what were items 15 and 16 packaged in?
They were placed in a plastic garbage bag.
And Ms. Mazzola, on the field notes, where it says packaged in, did you write down what items 15 and 16 were packaged in?
No.
Let's show that.
Starting with 171059.
Right. Could we stop there for a minute? Now, Ms. Mazzola, it's at this point that you locked your posse box with other items of evidence in the rear of the van, is that right?
That's right.
And it's already been stipulated to, in this case, that the time that you see on that videotape is in fact the correct time, give or take, give or take 30 seconds. So that would mean that the time that you locked the posse box and the other items of evidence and your kit in the back of the van is approximately 17:11. Would you agree, ma'am?
I agree.
So would you agree, ma'am, that the time of 1700 hours is approximately 11 minutes before you locked that posse box in the back of the van?
17 to 1711, yes.
So would you agree, ma'am, that had in fact items 15 and 16 been collected at 1700 hours, the time that you put on your field report, they could have been collected and packaged the ordinary way prior to the time that you locked the posse box and the kit in the rear of the van? Would you agree with that?
If they had been collected at 1700 hours, yes.
And 1700 hours, ma'am, is the time that you put down on your field notes, isn't it?
That was written there, and I made a mistake.
But Ms. Mazzola, you said a moment ago that you don't even have an independent recollection of writing these entries the next day, but that you were relying on the fact that you must have written them the next day because the posse box at 1700 hours was locked in the back of the van. Isn't that correct?
Sustained. It's argumentative as well.
For the record, Your Honor, I think the time should be noted that she's locking the rear of the van at 17 hours, 11 minutes, and 51 seconds.
Noted.
Now, would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that except for the blood vial of Mr. Simpson, every item that you collected during those 2 days, June 13th and June 14th, was recorded in the order in which it was collected?
I believe there was an item of evidence that Detective Lang brought to the laboratory that might be out of order.
Well, when was it collected by the criminalists? Would that be on the morning of June 14th?
Let me double check.
Overruled.
It was on the 14th.
And when you say it's not in sequence, you mean to say that in your original field notes, you recorded the sneakers as being received by the criminalists prior to the time that the criminalists received the blood vial of Mr. Simpson's blood. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And other than that one switch that you've just described, were all other 50 or so items collected and recorded in your field notes in the order in which they were collected?
I believe so.
And isn't that one of the reasons that you carry the clipboard in the first place? So you can record the different items that you collect in the sequence in which you receive them?
It is just to give us a stable writing surface so we can write things down.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean the clipboard, I mean the field notes.
Oh.
Isn't that the reason why you carry, one of the reasons why you keep the field notes?
So we can write down what we collect and the measurements, things like that.
And also so you can record things in the field notes in the order in which you collect them. Isn't that so?
Doesn't have to be in the exact order that we collect things, but just to keep track of things.
Well, weren't you taught at the SID Mini Academy to record items of evidence sequentially as you collect them? Did they teach you that?
I don't believe that was ever brought out.
Is it just a coincidence that in your field notes, that except for items 17 and 18, all the other items are recorded in the sequence in which they're collected?
It usually works out like that.
And if you don't have a clipboard handy when you receive an item of evidence, is it your procedure to record that item in the field notes at the first opportunity?
Yes,
You've been taught to do that, right?
yes.
When it came time to leave Rockingham, the last items that you remember collecting were items 15 and 16, isn't that correct?
I collected one and Mr. Fung collected the other, yes.
Okay, which of those two items did you collect and which did Mr. Fung collect?
Just by the numbers. Ms. Mazzola, just tell us which number.
All right, Your Honor. I collected number 16.
And 16 was collected on a bench just outside the door, correct?
Correct?
And it was not Mr. Simpson's vial of blood, was it?
No.
And item 15 was collected in a trash basket in a bathroom off the foyer of the house, wasn't it?
Correct?
And number 15 was not a blood vial of Mr. Simpson's, was it?
No, it was not.
I'd object that for the question and struck.
Overruled.
Now, after you and Dennis Fung went out to load the truck with the posse box and the kits and the brown paper bags of items that you had collected, you and he went back inside for one last check to make sure that nothing had been left behind. Isn't that right?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
On the way back inside the house, Ms. Mazzola, did you observe Mr. Fung pick up the various photo ID number cards that had been left on the driveway?
I remember from the videos him picking up the number cards.
But you don't have an independent recollection
No.
of it?
No.
And I believe that day in total you used more than a half a dozen of those photo ID cards in that driveway, isn't that right?
Let's see. Maybe not quite half a dozen.
Well, number 5 was in the driveway, correct?
Correct?
6 was in the driveway,
Correct.
right? 7 and 8.
Right.
A, right?
A and B, correct.
B and C.
Correct.
8? Is that
I
correct?
stand corrected, yes.
Okay. And these photo ID cards that you use, you carry them or you store them in your black box, your kit box, don't you?
Yes,
So you can use them and recycle them, correct?
correct.
And it's also your practice, is it not, to take your trash with you when you leave a scene?
Correct.
You don't leave it behind.
No.
And approximately within a half hour after you went back into Mr. Simpson's house, you left to return to SID headquarters, didn't you?
Could be within half hour or so.
Well, did you look at the videotape which had the time code on it?
I might have, but I didn't memorize the time.
And when you walked out the final time, you saw yourself on a videotape carrying a black trash bag, is that right?
It was a trash bag, yes.
And prior to your seeing that videotape, you did not have an independent recollection of your leaving carrying a black trash bag, did you?
No, I remember carrying trash bag. I'm not sure of the color, but I remember carrying the trash bag.
You had a prior recollection, I'm sorry, you had an independent recollection of that prior to seeing the videotape?
Yes.
And as a basis for forming that prior recollection, did anyone suggest or remind you of the fact that you had been carrying a black trash bag out of the scene
No, I remember carrying a trash bag out of the scene.
independently?
Yes.
And when you carried that trash bag out of the scene, at any time did Mr. Fung ever say to you to be careful because it's glass?
Sustained.
Were you aware when you were carrying that trash bag that it contained breakable glass?
No.
Overruled.
On the way back to the laboratory, did Dennis Fung ever say to you to make an entry in the field notes that you had received a vial of Mr. Simpson's blood?
Sustained.
You have a sidebar on this?
It's hearsay. Proceed.
And the clipboard, I'm sorry, the field notes that were locked in the posse box, when you got back to SID headquarters, they were removed with the items of evidence, weren't they?
Yes.
Everything was brought inside.
Yes.
And how does that posse box open?
It has just a simple clip.
Oh, it doesn't need a key.
No.
All right. Ms. Mazzola, how much later, after you went back into Rockingham for the second time, was it before you collected items 15 and 16? Approximately?
When we went back the second time,
When I say the second time, ma'am,
Yeah.
just so I can clear this up for you, I don't mean returning at 3 o'clock or 3:15. I mean you went out to the truck with your posse box and kit, and then you went right back in for one last check.
right,
After you went in for that one last check, how much time passed before you collected item 15?
so item 15 was, I'm not sure which one.
Do you have a note that indicates how long it was after you returned for one last check before you picked item 15?
No, I was just making sure which item was item 15.
Oh, okay.
I picked up item 16 on our way in, and Mr. Fung, I believe, picked up item 15 within a couple of minutes of that.
When you got back to the lab from Rockingham, did you make any entry in your field notes to indicate that you had, or Mr. Fung had collected a vial of blood?
No.
And your field notes were with you at that point in time, weren't they?
Yes.
And when you got back to the SID laboratory early that evening, would you agree that the most time-consuming matter for you was the removal of the little swatches with bloodstains and having them transferred into test tubes?
That's correct.
And what did you do with the other brown paper bags that contained the items that had been collected?
They were placed on one of the tables in the evidence processing room.
And were they simply left there as brown paper bags?
Yes.
And is it SID standard procedure for storing wet stains overnight to allow them to dry in a cardboard box?
They are put into a cabinet for drying, yes.
Well, and in that cabinet, they are placed in a cardboard box, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And is it the standard procedure at SID that when you receive a test tube of whole blood, to refrigerate it as soon as it's practicable?
I personally have never received a tube of blood like that.
But you have been taught things at the SID Mini Academy, haven't you?
Yes, but I can't remember what they said about a tube of blood.
As you sit here today, you have no recollection whether in all of those lectures at the SID Mini Academy, anyone ever said to you, you should refrigerate a vial of blood as quickly as practicable?
Call the roll.
I can't remember if it was brought up. It could have been brought up. I don't remember.
Had anyone taught you at the SID Mini Academy that it was okay to leave a vial of whole blood in a trash can on a counter overnight?
Assumes facts, not an evidence.
No, that's Mr. Funk's testimony.
In a trash can?
In a trash bag, I said. And if I said trash can, I stand corrected, and I withdraw the question and I'll rephrase the question.
Please.
Had you been taught by anyone at the SID Mini Academy that it was okay to store a vial of whole blood in a trash bag on a counter in an unrefrigerated capacity overnight?
I don't believe that was brought up.
In fact, the first time that the blood vial of Mr. Simpson's is recorded in your notes is the next morning, June 14th. Isn't that right?
I believe it was sometime the next day.
Well, do you know if it was the morning or the afternoon?
I'm not sure which one.
Do you have any independent recollection as to when it was?
No, I do not.
Isn't it true that that the blood vial was not recorded by you until after you were told about the sneakers that Detective Lang had dropped off at the SID laboratory?
That is correct.
And thus, it was at that point in time that you made the notations in the field notes identifying the tennis sneakers as item 17. Isn't that correct?
They were recorded in the notes, yes.
And it's at that point in time, after you were told about the sneakers, that you were then told about Mr. Simpson's blood vial. Isn't that right?
Sustain.
Isn't it true that you then recorded, after you recorded the sneakers as item 17, that you then recorded the blood vial of Mr. Simpson as item 18?
That's correct.
And the reason that you recorded it in that sequence at that time is at that point in time, it was your understanding, was it not, that item 17 had been collected prior to item 18?
Call roll.
The tennis shoes were brought to my attention first, so I recorded it first.
Ma'am, didn't you also say a little while ago that it was your practice whenever possible to record items as they are collected sequentially?
As much as possible, yes.
All right. And so when you received these items, the reason you recorded number 17 as the sneakers and number 18 as the blood vial is because at that point in time, it was your state of mind that number 18 was received by SID after the sneakers.
The sneakers were brought to my attention. I wrote them in the field notes. Later, the blood vial was brought to my attention.
Now, I think you said earlier, we agreed earlier, I don't recall which, that there were more than 50 items that were collected on the 13th and 14th by you and/or Dennis Fung, is that right?
I believe we agreed on that, yes.
And isn't it true that the only items of evidence where you were instructed to change the numbers were for the sneakers and the blood vial?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Now, on August 23rd, 1994, you testified at a hearing in this case, didn't you?
I believe it was sometime in August, yes.
And you swore to tell the truth at that hearing?
Yes.
And at that hearing, in sum and substance, Ms. Mazzola, did you testify that you never saw Van Adder transfer the reference sample of Mr. Simpson's blood at any time after 5 p.m. on June 13th?
I'd ask for a page and one sentence.
Sustained.
Well, when you testified on August 23rd, didn't you swear that the last item of evidence collected while you were still at Mr. Simpson's home,
Excuse me, counsel, page and line.
762? Line 8 through line 11, bearing in mind the court's instructions.
Your Honor, I'd object to this on that. It's not inconsistent with anything that was just said.
Sustained.
Well, isn't it true that the last item that Your Honor, I believe that this was gone into on direct examination, reading this
No.
testimony.
No. I'm sustaining the objection under 770, 1335.
Isn't it true, Ms. Mazzola, that the last item that was picked up at Rockingham that day was item number 16?
The last time that I remember personally being picked up was item 16, yes.
And I believe you said that if an item is picked up by someone else and then given to you, you would also record that in the field notes, correct?
Correct.
You didn't simply record those items that you personally observed the collection of, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it true, ma'am, that from the time you collected item 16 until the time you ultimately left Rockingham to return to SID, that you and Fung were standing together the entire time?
No.
Well, on August 23rd, referring to page 762, Your Honor,
line 24.
Beginning on line 24, that's correct.
Proceed.
Were you asked these questions and did you give these answers back on August 23rd at a hearing in this case? Question. Were you with Mr. Fung the entire time after you picked up the last item at 1700 hours until you departed for your next destination? Answer. I believe I was. Yes. On August 23rd, you were asked that question and you gave that answer, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked that question on August 23rd, you were testifying based on your memory, weren't you?
To the best I remembered, yes.
Well, you never said, ma'am, in regard to that question, I don't recall, I don't know, did you?
I said there, I believe so, yes.
And then you said yes. I believe I was, yes. Isn't that your answer?
I believe I was, yes.
Okay. You didn't in any way say, this is something I don't remember, I don't recall if I was with Mr. Fung the entire time, did you?
It's argumentative. The answer stands and speaks for itself, counsel.
One moment, Your Honor. And isn't it true, Ms. Mazzola, that after item 16 was collected, no other item was recorded in your notes as having been received on June 13th?
At that time, no.
And since you testified back in August with regard to this matter, have other people suggested to you that your failure to substantiate Van Adder and Fung's claim that Mr. Simpson's blood was given to Fung on June 13th was a problem for the prosecution's case?
No.
Was there any discussion, Ms. Mazzola, in the laboratory about the fact that the television was reporting DNA test results on socks prior to the actual testing?
Sustained.
To your
Excuse
knowledge,
me.
Ms. Mazzola,
Excuse me. Jury is to disregard the implication of that question.
to your knowledge, Ms. Mazzola, was anyone in the laboratory being investigated in connection with any alleged leaks?
Sustained.
As early as November 1994, Ms. Mazzola, was there a concern in the laboratory about allegations that there had been tampering with Mr. Simpson's blood?
Your Honor, this is irrelevant.
Oh, well,
I do not remember if there was a concern over tampering with the sample.
Well, had there been discussion amongst the lab people at SID with regard to an allegation of tampering with Mr. Simpson's blood?
that's hearsay.
I'm offering for her state of mind, Your Honor.
It's hearsay, counsel. It's also irrelevant at this point.
Ms. Mazzola, you testified that you had discussed this case with several people in the laboratory. Is that right?
Not really discussed, just watched a bit of TV or listened to the radio a bit.
Well, didn't you testify on cross-examination last week that you discussed your involvement in this case with Michelle Kessler, your boss at SID?
She more or less wanted to give me pointers on how to communicate. She did not tell me what to say or how to say it.
Did you discuss with her the facts of your alleged involvement in this case?
Sustained. Do you have any
Did you
doubt about
discuss
that?
with her the nature or did you discuss with her the nature of your involvement in this case?
Not really.
It's your recollection that the only thing you discussed with Ms. Kessler were pointers on how to conduct yourself on the witness stand?
To the best I remember, yes.
You have no recollection of discussing with her the substance of your involvement in this case?
No.
Well, You said that on one occasion, I believe as recently as April of 1995, you discussed this case with Ms. Kessler, Mr. Yamauchi, and Mr. Matheson. Is that correct?
We had a short meeting, yes.
And was that meeting simply to discuss pointers on how to conduct yourself on the witness stand?
Yes.
It didn't have any discussion at all, I'm sorry, it didn't include any discussion at all about the extent of your actual involvement in the case?
No.
Isn't it true that you had a discussion about this case in the presence, about the actual involvement in this case, in the presence of Michelle Kessler back in November of 1994?
I can't remember what happened back in November of '94.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, isn't it a fact that on November 22nd, 1994, you discussed this case, your involvement in this case, in the presence of Michelle Kessler and in the presence of two detective investigators from the district attorney's office? Isn't that a fact?
There was a meeting, yes. I'm not sure of the date.
And at that meeting with Ms. Kessler and the two detectives, you discussed your involvement in this case, didn't you?
Objection sustained at this point.
May we break now for lunch?
Thought you were about to finish.
No, I'm not.
How much more do you have?
On this subject, I have approximately 10 minutes and 15 minutes, and then I'm going into the other matter for which we're waiting for certain items.
What's your time estimate?
I'm sorry?
What is your time estimate on that?
That's that'll take, the last portion of my examination will take, I believe, less than 1 hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regards to the case. See you back here at 1:30. Ms. Mazzola, you're excused until 1:30. All right? All right, I'd like to see co-lead counsel in chambers, please.
You had ordered the people to immediately produce those items of evidence, and I've been informed by Mr. Goldberg that apparently Mr. Matheson tells me it may take another few hours. And I thought that should be brought to the court's attention.
All right. Forthwith means as soon as possible.
Okay. Well, you should also know that, as I said before the lunch break, I have about, I'd say 15 more minutes on this area, and then I'm going into the area which requires the production of those items, which will take about 1 hour of cross-examination.
So how do you propose we handle this?
Well, I need those items, Your Honor, and of course you ruled that they had to bring them over forthwith. I'll finish this area of cross-examination, I think in about 15 or 20. Mr. Cochran has suggested that the next two witnesses that people intend to call are both very short witnesses. One was the photographer, and the other was the tow truck driver. We would certainly be willing to allow them to use up the rest of the afternoon with one of those short witnesses. Then we could resume with Ms. Mazzola tomorrow morning once they produce those items of evidence.
Are those witnesses available?
I don't think they're in the building. We could conceivably start with Greg Matheson. He may do that anyway.
All right, well, let's see how far we get.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm sorry, could Ms. Mazzola step out of the room, Your Honor, with the court's permission to discuss this matter?
What's it deal with?
It deals with, as you may recall, at the end, after a series of questions and answers by Ms. Mazzola, I asked her whether or not she had participated in a meeting with two investigators from the DA's office and Ms. Kessler, where there was an actual...
She indicated yes.
Well, there was an objection, and you said sustained for the time being, okay? And if I can proceed, then there's no problem.
Ms. Goldberg?
Well, I don't know exactly what counsel intends to get into, but A while ago, there was,
No, no, we've wasted enough time with this, counsel. This is not a secret as to what we're talking about. She's acknowledged the meeting. You're going to ask her what was discussed during the meeting, correct?
We'll ask what was discussed, especially in light of the fact that there were certain denials about having these discussions initially.
well, I don't know exactly which discussions he's talking about for sure. May I just tell you? Mr. Darden tells me that it is possible that the subject matter that I think counsel is going to get into was under seal, and that it was a matter that the defense said that they didn't want to pursue. I mean, maybe we're...
All right, Ms. Mazzola, why don't you step out? Thank you. You guys sure you want to get into this? Goldberg?
Well, I don't know. There doesn't seem to be a consensus of opinion as to whether or not this subject was sealed. Mr. Cochran says he doesn't know, and Mr. Garden says he thinks it was. And therefore, I don't know whether I can address it in open court. Maybe Mr. Garden could, with the court's permission, because I wasn't here for this discussion.
Mr. Darden?
Your Honor, and I may be incorrect, and perhaps Mr. Neufeld can correct me if I am, but as I understand that these questions will relate to an investigation we conducted after we received certain documents presented to the court on November 7th, those documents which I presented to you in chambers when I first appeared in this matter. And as I recall, at that time, the court placed those documents under seal, and there was an indication from the defense that they had no interest in it, it was irrelevant, and that they would not pursue it.
All right, Mr. Neufeld?
Your Honor, as a matter of fact, they indicated they didn't even want the document.
Proceed. Mr. Neufeld?
Your Honor, sorry. What I'm interested in is a meeting which occurred with Ms. Mazzola, Ms. Kessler, and two investigators from the District Attorney's Office. She had said earlier under examination that she never had a discussion when Ms. Kessler was present at which the actual subject matter of this case was ever discussed or any allegations of tampering ever came up. This was in fact a meeting which was held on November 22nd, 1994, where she's told by the investigators that we are working on the murder case of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. There's rumors, allegations going around that the crime lab working, that some of its swatches in the early stages, right after the collection of blood, tampering, going on in OJ's blood, on the swatches, things of that sort. Do you know anything about that at all? And that is the beginning of then a meeting that happens between Ms. Mazzola, Ms. Kessler's present, and these two investigators. In light of the fact that she had already testified that no discussion like this ever occurred, okay, and she was given a number of opportunities, Your Honor, to answer that question differently.
No, that's not my recollection of her testimony, counsel. She said that she's had a number of conversations, short, long, in between, in passing, with the DAs.
No, not with the DAs. She meant there were DA prep sessions. She said that. But she said that the conversations she had with Ms. Kessler, and she just said it about a half hour, toward the very end of the morning, were limited to pointers about her testimony. That's what she said, very explicitly here on the record, Your Honor. This was a discussion when Ms. Kessler was present, which was not about pointers for when she testified as a witness. It was a discussion about the actual substance of her involvement in this case. And that's what I wanted to ask her about. I do not intend to go into any collateral matters or anything of that nature. I'm simply limited myself to what...
How do you propose to phrase the question?
Well...
Give me the exact question you're going to ask.
Sure.
After you get the question and answer that, yes, she does now recollect this meeting with the district attorney's
Right.
representatives and...
There's a series of questions. Because I also asked her whether or not there had been, whether she was aware of any concern in the
What is
laboratory.
the question and answers that you're going to ask?
Okay. Question would be, and didn't the two detective investigators inform you at that meeting where Ms. Kessler was present that they were interviewing you in connection with an investigation they were conducting into allegations that someone tampered with Mr. Simpson's blood vial? Okay, that's the first question. Then there's two or three questions simply to point out that each time she was asked questions about discussions in Ms. Kessler's presence about the substance of this case or about tampering, that she claimed that those kinds of discussions didn't happen. Then I would ask her, in the 18 months that you've been at the Los Angeles Police Department, have you ever been questioned by DA investigators about allegations of evidence tampering in any other context, any other case? Again, somebody to suggest that this is not something that she would have forgotten. I asked her whether or not she would agree that an allegation or investigation into tampering is not is not your typical encounter that you'd have. Again, there's just a whole series of questions about how she wouldn't forget it. Then, Your Honor, what I'm going to bring to her attention is the fact that during this meeting, Michelle Kessler, fully aware of the fact that she already testified on August 23rd, that she never saw any transfer of blood and never saw anything else passed after items 15 and 16, isn't the fact that during the session held with these investigators and with Michelle Kessler, that didn't Michelle Kessler suggest to you that you actually saw Vanetta pass the blood to Fung? And the reason I want to bring that out, which is something that happened during that meeting, is I believe, Your Honor, it goes to this witness's bias and interest to testify a certain way in this case. I think there's no question that she is a probationer employee at the LAPD.
Was.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Never mind.
Okay. Certainly was at the time that this encounter occurred back in November.
All right, I'll hear from the people.
I think that's going to require a joint response from Mr. Goldberg and myself, Your Honor. But let me just indicate this. We conducted a mini investigation based on allegations brought forth by the defense last year, or last November. The allegations contained in the documents that I've alluded to already. As I read and understood the documents, they suggested that somehow Ms. Mazzola was somehow involved in some misconduct, and an internal investigation may have been done by the LAPD. I don't know. We did an investigation. If the court were to go back and look at the documents I surrendered to the court would note that they contain the content of conversations allegedly had between Mr. Cochran and Mr. Douglas with the author of those documents. I think that we're in danger, perhaps, of creating a situation where Mr. Cochran and Mr. Douglas may somehow be witnesses. I think that we are in danger of heading in a direction where we may have a mini trial on the issues raised in that particular document. I think it's dangerous. I think it's irrelevant. It will cause undue consumption of the court's time. Mr. Neufeld has been at Ms. Mazzola for 2 days now on cross-examination. I don't think that the defense case is going to be harmed in any way or to any degree if they're not allowed to go into this area. But it is a dangerous area. We cannot sit by and allow Mr. Neufeld to ask those types of questions without explaining to the jury why those conversations took place in the first place. So I'd ask the court to disallow counsel from going into that area.
Your objection is under 352, I take it then?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, anything to add to that? Don't feel compelled to do so. Do you have anything else you want to add to that?
Well, I'm taking from the court's indication that the court doesn't feel it needs to hear anything else.
No, do you want it, is there anything factually or legally you need to add to that?
Well, the only thing that
Just because I invite counsel to speak doesn't mean that they have to say something just to say something.
I was just trying to read the court.
No, don't assume that I've already made up my mind. I'm
Okay.
just,
Well, Your Honor, I'd like to address legally, number one, is there any inconsistencies between what she was asked by Mr. Neufeld and what he proposes to impeach her with, since I guess that is the legal basis upon which she wants to introduce this as impeachment. And it's my recollection that what she was asked were several questions about whether she discussed with Michelle Kessler the substance of this case or her involvement in this case. This has nothing to do with her involvement in this case. This is a fantasy that was somehow created by some author. I'm not sure where the exact source is or whether it is in fact attributable to the defense in any way. I don't know what the resolution on that was. But the point is that it is a fictitious set of events that apparently neither party subscribes to, that she is being questioned about. And how can you argue that that is discussing her involvement in the case? I think what we've seen here has been cross-examination through innuendo, where the defense has been allowed to ask a lot of questions that, quite frankly, I am not used to having seen about, did the prosecution tell you to do this? And weren't you told to say this? And are you lying because of that? And did someone suggest to you the following? And it's all in an effort to place innuendo before this jury as to things that the defense does not have a good faith belief occurred.
and most of your objections have been sustained and the jury's been admonished.
I realize that, Your Honor, but I think that this fits into the mold. It's as soon as you start asking a witness, have you been investigated? Did they ask you about allegations of tampering and so on, and whether you had anything to do with it? It is not coming in for any substantive impeachment purpose, but to put a rumor, an allegation, an innuendo in front of this jury. And I don't think that it should be allowed under 352 because there is no real impeachment value here. And there is a tremendous danger of confusing, misleading this jury, and spending a lot of time trying to sort out an issue that I'm not sure that is in either side's interest, ultimately, to get into. The prosecution could not allow those kinds of allegations and rumors to be placed before the jury without trying to put them into context. And I'm sure the court would allow us the opportunity to do so, and that's going to involve additional witnesses and explanations that are really going to get us away from the issues in this case, which are related to the evidence collection, testing results, and the defendant's guilt or innocence. And I don't see how putting these kinds of rumors before the jury is going to help resolve them.
All right, thank you, counsel.
You're good, you're finished?
No, thank you, I've heard both arguments. All right, I'm going to allow Mr. Neufeld to ask a question, whether or not Ms. Mazzola recalls having a meeting that involved Ms. Kessler, I think she was then the interim head of the lab, and 2 investigators from the district attorney's office. He'll be allowed to ask whether or not the subject matter of that discussion was in fact the collection of evidence with regards to this particular case. He'll be allowed to ask those questions as to those issues, whether or not she recollected those discussions, since that appears to be inconsistent with her prior testimony. All right, let's have Ms. Kessler, let's have the jury, please.
May I also ask you just about the vial, that's one of the items of collection.
I'm sorry?
May I ask you about the vial, because that's one of the items of collection, just to be more precise when I ask that question.
You can ask her if the discussion involved the vial, if it involved the vial and its booking.
I may not ask her whether Michelle Kessler said something specifically to her?
You can ask her that question, whether or not something was said to her about that,
Okay. And I have-
without suggesting what that was,
Without suggesting?
specifically what that was.
Will he be precluded from suggesting that this was any kind of an investigation, or she was the subject of an investigation?
I've just outlined the 3 items I'm going to allow.
Thank you.
All right, let's have the witness, let's have the jury, please.
So I'm sorry, I would just ask for 1 minute so I can change my questions here so I do not say anything that's inappropriate and that's outside what...
Be my guest.
Thank you.
But let's cycle them in since it takes a few moments. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll let the record reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ms. Mazzola is again on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Neufeld. And ladies and gentlemen, we're taking just a moment to allow Mr. Neufeld to make a few adjustments before we resume. But I thought we'd get you in here and get you settled so we can get started. Take your time, Mr. Neufeld.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay. Good afternoon, Ms. Mazzola.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Mazzola, isn't it a fact that on November 22nd, 1994, you discussed your involvement in this case in the presence of your boss, Mrs. Kessler, and in the presence of 2 detective investigators from the district attorney's office?
We had a meeting, yes.
And at that meeting, you discussed your actual involvement in this case, didn't you?
Overruled. Collection of evidence.
You discussed your involvement in the collection of items of evidence in this case, didn't you?
No?
Did you discuss how you became involved in this case with those detective investigators?
That's vague.
Did you discuss what role you played in the collection of evidence, both on the 13th and 14th of June?
No?
Isn't it a fact that during that meeting with the detectives, that you said to them that your job, didn't you say to those detectives during that meeting that it was your job to collect blood stains on the 13th and to collect stains on the 14th from the Bronco? Didn't you say that during that meeting?
Overruled.
I don't remember saying that.
Now, at that same meeting, Ms. Kessler was present, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
And at that meeting, didn't Ms. Kessler indicate to you and to the investigators that you were present when Van Atta passed the blood to Mr. Fung?
Beyond the scope of calls for saying.
Was anything discussed about the collection of the blood vial?
I don't remember, Your Honor.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that during that meeting with the 2 detective investigators and Michelle Kessler, your boss, Michelle Kessler said to you, "Let me fill you in on a couple of points."
Sustained.
At any point during that meeting, did Michelle Kessler suggest to you that you actually saw the pass-off of O.J.'s blood to Dennis Fung?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't remember if she mentioned anything about that or not.
Well, when you say you don't, may I have a very brief sidebar, Your Honor, so I don't go into something that,
No, proceed. You can ask her what she means.
all right, well, you said you don't recall whether that came up, is that right?
That's correct.
Have you ever listened to a tape recording made of that meeting?
No?
Are you aware of the fact that a tape recording was made of that interview with you?
I seem to remember that a tape recording was made.
Were you told at that meeting that a tape recording was made, or were you told that sometime later?
I was told at the meeting, yes.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that that tape recording of the meeting was made surreptitiously?
Speculation.
Your Honor?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
They told me that it would be taped. That was all right with me, and I had no problem with it.
What's next in order?
11:20.
I'll show you this document.
You show that to Mr. Goldberg?
Sure.
Well, there's no foundation for showing that document.
Showing it to see if it refreshes your recollection
All
at
right,
this point.
show it to her.
No showing
Thank you.
recollection is refreshed.
Take a look, okay, at this paragraph of the report in that sentence.
Okay.
Mr. Newfield.
Ms. Mazzola, isn't it a fact that that interview on November 22nd was surreptitiously recorded by the investigators from the DA's office?
Overruled.
That's what the piece of paper says.
Does that refresh your recollection as to that fact?
Not really.
Proceed.
I'd ask you to strike the witness's comment based upon what the statement
Overruled.
said.
This morning, when I asked you about the subject matter of all conversations you had regarding this case where Ms. Kessel was present, you said that the only discussions dealt with giving you pointers for when you became a witness. Isn't that correct?
That states the testimony.
Overruled.
The meeting, excuse me, the meetings that we had at SID were about the courtroom testimony.
Well, this meeting that occurred November 22nd, ma'am, was Ms. Kessler present at that meeting
Yes, she was.
with the two detective investigators in the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
And where was that meeting held?
At a restaurant near Piper Tech.
And when I asked you what discussions you had with Ms. Kessler about this case, I didn't limit it to the discussions that you had at SID, did I?
I do not believe so.
All right? So this discussion that occurred on November 22nd, 1994, which was tape recorded, was not limited to pointers for you to use when a witness in this trial, correct?
I was not having the discussion with Miss Kessler. She was present, but I was not having a
Ma'am.
discussion with her.
Let me see counsel sidebar with the court reporter, please. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Ms. Mazzola, Dennis Fung testified that you were carrying the blood vial of Mr. Simpson's in a black trash bag when you left Mr. Simpson's home in the late afternoon of June 13th. Let me ask you, ma'am.
Your Honor, that comment is improper. It's not a question.
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, at any time, did you ever carry or handle O.J. Simpson's blood vial?
Not to my knowledge.
And that's still your position as you sit here today?
It was not to my knowledge at the time. I was not told that I was carrying the blood vial.
Okay. Did there come a time subsequently where you believed that you were carrying the blood vial?
That's not how.
Overruled.
Not carrying, but had carried.
Okay. Did there come a time where you learned that you had carried the blood vial?
Yes.
And did you learn that in the discussion that you had with Dennis Fung after you had testified on August 23rd?
No.
Isn't it true, Ms. Mazzola, that as late as November 22nd, 1994, you were taking the position that you had never carried or handled Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
That I had not personally handled it.
That was the position you were taking as late as November 22nd, 1994, correct?
That I did not personally handle the vial itself.
Well, let me ask you this, Ms. Mazzola. As of November 22nd, 1994, had you already come to believe that you had personally carried Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
It's not relevant for state lines and issue.
Overruled.
I had found out that I had carried it, yes.
And when did you find out that you had carried it?
I am not positive, but I believe it was on the 14th of June of '94.
Ms. Mazzola, would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that handling the vial and carrying the vial basically mean the same thing?
Well, sorry.
Overruled. You can ask her what she means by that.
Ms. Mazzola?
Not really. To me, they do not mean the same thing.
So when you tell someone that you never handled Mr. Simpson's blood vial, that didn't mean to you that you had never carried Mr. Simpson's blood vial. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you were asked by someone whether or not you ever handled Mr. Simpson's blood vial, and you knew that you had carried it, but not actually put your hand on the tube itself, you believe that it is fair answer to state that, no, I never handled it?
Argumentative, false conclusion.
Overruled.
If I had not physically manipulated the blood vial, I did not handle it.
Well, that's my question, ma'am. So if the person asked you whether you had handled it, but in your own mind you had carried it, do you feel that it's fair for you then to answer that question in the negative? No, I hadn't handled it.
Yes.
And do you feel that that answer is an honest response to that question?
Yes.
And so when these detective investigators asked you on November 22nd, 1994...
This is hearsay.
Well, didn't you state to the detective investigators that you had never handled O.J. Simpson's blood sample? Didn't you say that to them on November 22nd, 1994?
Overruled.
I did not handle the blood sample.
And so is it your testimony that you in fact said to the investigators on November 22nd, 1994, that you had never handled Mr. Simpson's blood sample?
Asked and answered.
Overruled. Do you recall saying that to the investigators?
I don't recall.
All right, let's move on.
Let me see if this will refresh your recollection.
Showing her defense 1120.
Ms. Mazzola, having looked at Defendant's Exhibit 1120, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you told the detective investigators that you had never handled O.J. Simpson's blood sample?
That says that I did not handle Mr. Simpson's blood sample.
I'm not asking you whether or not you handled it. I'm asking you whether or not seeing this document refreshes your recollection as to whether you told the detective investigators that you had never handled O.J. Simpson's blood vial.
Motion to strike the witness's last answer is not responsive.
Overruled.
That does not refresh my memory, no.
Ms. Mazzola, since you testified on August 23rd to not seeing the blood vial given to Mr. Fung, has anyone suggested to you that your testimony poses a problem for the prosecution?
It's compound.
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, didn't you testify on August 23rd that you did not see a blood vial passed to Dennis Fung by Detective Van Adder?
Sustained. It's also hearsay.
Ms. Mazzola, referring to page 762. Were you asked these questions and did you give these answers?
Does Your Honor have this?
Referring to line 8, beginning on line 8.
On 762?
Yes.
Eight to what?
27. I'm sorry. To 763, line 7. Do you have it? Do you have it? Excuse me. Were you asked these questions and did you give these answers? Question.
Your Honor, I have to check
And-
the grounds that it's not inconsistent.
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, when you were asked this morning about sessions you had where Ms. Kessler was present, had you simply forgotten this meeting with Ms. Kessler and the two detective investigators?
Asked and answered argument.
Sustained. It's already been asked and answered.
When was the first time, Ms. Mazzola, that you saw the videotape of you carrying the black trash bag from Mr. Simpson's house?
I believe I saw it on TV, on regular news.
And when was the first time that you saw the videotape of Fung standing in the foyer holding something in his hands?
I don't know, maybe a week ago or so. I'm not positive the exact date.
And when, Ms. Mazzola, was the first time that you told the prosecutors that you had left Mr. Fung's side and sat on the couch with your eyes closed?
That was a while ago.
When?
I don't remember exactly when.
You don't remember which meeting it was with the prosecutors?
No?
Who was present?
I don't remember the exact people.
Well, as best you can recall, give me the names of the people who were there.
I can't recall.
Do you recall where this discussion took place?
Yes?
Poll will take place in this building.
Yes, it did.
And Ms. Mazzola, you say now that you collected items 15 and 16 later than 1,700 hours. Is that correct?
I collected one of those items, yes.
And that item was item 16?
Counsel, we've been over this.
It's just foundation. I'm going to something else, Your Honor. And then actually I'm going to be finished with this subject in about 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
16.
Okay. But you were present when Mr. Fung collected item 15, is that right?
I was not in the exact room with him when he collected a 15.
After he collected item 15, did he give it to you to hold?
Yes,
And so you were holding items 15 and 16.
yes.
And what did you do with items 15 and 16?
The detectives, Mr.
It has.
Not this, Your Honor. This has not been asked at all. What she did with items 15 and 16 at the point that she collected them in the house.
Court stands corrected. Do you understand the question?
I believe so.
Go ahead and answer the question.
They went looking for a bag that we could put the items in because of all the media outside.
And you were present when a detective was asked to do that?
There were several looking for something to put the items in.
And were you present when somebody came back with a garbage bag?
Yes,
And was that garbage bag handed to you because you had those items?
yes.
And what did you do with the items after you were given the trash bag?
Put the items in the bag.
And the items you put in the bag were items 15 and 16?
Yes,
Then you continue to hold the bag?
for a short while.
And during that short while, you were standing in the foyer?
I don't recall where I was standing exactly.
Well, you were with Dennis Fung, weren't you?
At that point, yes.
And then there came a time when you said you sat down on the couch.
Yes,
And you would agree that your testimony about sitting down on the couch and leaving Dennis Fung's side is inconsistent with your testimony on August 23rd when you testified that you were with him the whole time. Isn't that correct?
Oh. But you need to give us page and line and testimony, counsel.
Page 762. Beginning at line 24.
As phrased this question, the state's
No.
Why don't you read the question and answer, but we've already read this question and answer before.
I know, that's why I'm saving time, Your Honor. I'm trying to save time.
Well, I object to this, but
I-
Read it, it's brief.
I'm sorry?
Read it, it is brief.
Okay. At August 23rd, when you testified under oath, were you asked this question, did you give this answer? Question, were you with Mr. Fung the entire time after you picked up that last item at 1700 hours until you departed for your next destination? Answer, I believe I was, yes. When you asked that question, did you give that answer under oath on August 23rd?
Yes,
And you're saying now, at this trial, that that's not correct.
at that time I believed I had been at his side the whole time.
And now you believe that you left his side, is that correct?
Now I know I was not at his side the entire time.
And did you see any photographs to help you to change your recollection with regard to that?
No,
Did you see or review any reports or documents to change your recollection as to what you did vis-a-vis staying by Mr. Fung's side the entire time?
no,
Did you talk to any person who suggested to you that you had left Mr. Fung's side and went into the living room and closed your eyes?
no,
So, is it fair to say that there were no external documents, reports, photographs, videotapes, or conversations with anyone else that helped you to change your mind from your testimony on August 23rd, 1994? Is that correct?
that's correct.
And isn't it fair to say, ma'am, that on August 23rd, 1994, your recollection of where you were at Mr. Simpson's house at approximately 5 or 5:30 was better than it is now 10 months later?
Not necessarily.
Do you believe, ma'am, that with the passage of those additional months, your memory becomes sharper?
Up until the Griffin hearing, I had not really thought of the case at all. Since then, I have been thinking about it.
This case, Ms. Mazzola, was, as you said, the first case where you were primarily responsible for evidence collection, correct?
Correct.
And this case had received a tremendous amount of publicity from the very day that you were involved in the collection until the time that you testified at the Griffin hearing, didn't you? Didn't it?
Yes.
And you followed that publicity because you were involved in the case, didn't you?
No.
You didn't follow any of it?
I tried to avoid it.
You didn't watch it on television?
If I could get away with it, no.
You didn't read about it in the newspapers?
No.
Even though it involved your own personal involvement?
Yes.
Now, in your current memory of what transpired back at Mr. Simpson's house, after you left Mr. Fung's side, where did you go?
I went into the living room.
And was that after about, 5 or 10 minutes standing in the foyer with Mr. Fung?
I don't recall where I was standing with Mr. Fung, and I don't recall how long.
Well, you said that you first came into the house, and on the way in, you picked up item 16, right?
Correct.
And then, a couple of minutes later, a few minutes later, Mr. Fung picked up item 15, isn't that right?
Correct.
And then you were standing in the foyer with Mr. Fung and with other detectives, isn't that right?
I did not believe that we were standing in the foyer. It could have been in the kitchen. I don't recall.
And you were standing there with other detectives.
Correct.
And during those minutes that you were standing there, you asked if someone could get you a trash bag to put items in.
I believe Mr. Fung and others went looking for a bag.
And then someone brought a bag back for you.
Correct.
And you put the items 15 and 16 into that bag.
Correct.
And did you also put the cards, those photo ID cards back into the bag at that point?
Yes.
You put them in.
Yes.
And you held that bag.
Yes.
And then you walked into the living room to sit down.
At some point, yes.
And didn't you take that bag with you when you went to sit down?
I don't believe I had the bag at my side when I went to sit down.
Why did you give up the bag, ma'am?
There was no reason to carry it with me.
What'd you do? Did you put it on the floor?
I believe I had put it out where we had our kits previously in the foyer.
Where were your kits?
In the foyer.
And you simply left this bag with evidence in it next to your kit in the foyer?
The kit was not there, but that is where we had the kits before, and the area was secured.
And you simply left it there and then walked into the living room?
Yes.
And after you went to the living room, you then sat down on the couch?
I sat down, yes.
And as you sit here today, ma'am, do you have an independent recollection of your eyes being closed while you're sitting in that living room couch?
I believe they were closed for a partial period of the time.
Ms. Mazzola, did you invent this notion that your eyes were closed so that Mr. Fung could testify that he received the vial without you seeing it?
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, do you have an independent recollection, without the help of a videotape, of you picking up the hat and the glove at Bundy? Without seeing that videotape?
Not a clear recollection, no.
Yet you have an independent recollection that while you were sitting on a couch, you closed your eyes? You have that recollection 10 months later?
Yes?
Your Honor, subject to the other items of evidence, I have to suspend the cross-examination at this point.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of physical evidence items that are not available to the court at this moment that Mr. Neufeld wanted to ask questions about. Rather than waste additional court time waiting for those items to be brought to court, which I anticipate will happen today, I'm going to ask Mr. Goldberg to commence with his redirect examination. Mr. Goldberg, are you ready to commence, or do you need a few moments?
I can have a few minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 10 minutes just to recycle the lawyers. Ms. Mazzola, you may step down, and we'll call you back in about 10 minutes. All right? Thank you. Back on the record, all parties are again present. The jury is not present. Mr. Goldberg, are you prepared to commence? Mr. Neufeld, let me just ask you one quick question before the topic leaves my thought process here. I noted a number of times, 3 times in particular, during the course of your cross-examination of Ms. Mazzola while you were standing, I saw you turn in response to noises made in the audience, specifically by the cameras. Was that distracting you?
Not that I'm aware of. No, that's an insane answer, but no, it wasn't.
All right, let's have the jurors, please.
Your Honor, he also showed me some photographs he wanted to use, and I told him I objected to them. I don't know if you want to do it before
Yes.
the jury comes in.
Hold them. Let's see them.
I'm sorry, I hear what you said. You want to see them?
Yes,
May I approach?
you may. I've seen the 2 photographs, Mr. Goldberg. What's the relevance and need for those?
The relevance of this is that they show a variety of stains in the area where item number 12 was collected inside the foyer of the home, 3 of which appear to be the stains that were collected by Ms. Mazzola and Dennis Fung, 3 of which appear not to be. And the proffer is that there were additional stains in that area. It goes to the issue of taking representative samples. It goes to the issue of the criminalist not necessarily being able to spot or spotting each and every tiny little stain that was in that house. The defense has seemed to suggest that they have some sort of a homing device for blood, and if there's a tiny little speck of blood somewhere, they're going to find it. And what we're trying to show is, no, they're human beings, and that there can be things, little specks that are overlooked. And in this case, there apparently were.
What's the, tell me about those photographs.
These are photographs that were provided to us in defense discovery. So obviously they were taken after the time of the crime. And my proffer as to how they can be linked up is that the jury can do it themselves. Because if you compare these carefully to the photograph that contains item number 12, which actually happens to be in one of these photographs, you can see that 3 of the stains are in fact the same as 3 of the stains in the defense photograph. So obviously it was taken after. It's obviously of the Rockingham location. This witness can identify that.
Is that Dr. Lee who's in one of those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, number 1, there's no foundation as to when these other stains are observed. More importantly, Your Honor, what's in that picture, if you take a look, are cards with swabs on them, and the swabs are appear to be greenish black in color. So this witness testified about some presumptive test that she did where swabs turn
Magenta.
magenta. There's no foundation as to what these swabs that are green or greenish blue or greenish black are actually showing here. And since we don't know when it was taken, when the stains existed, number 2, since the stains are not red on those cards, but show these different swabs, I think there's frankly a likelihood here that it's going to confuse the jury. It's certainly going to necessarily distort the meaning of those cards, because I don't even think this witness is qualified to interpret what's going on those cards with those swabs that have turned green.
I take that as a foundational objection.
Foundation N352.
Mr. Goldberg?
I don't know, it didn't seem to me that we were requiring witnesses to have been present at the time that photographs were taken when they were asked to lay a foundation for that photograph, or to have even observed the events that were depicted in the photograph with a videotape. And this seems to be consistent with...
Such as?
Well, such as witnesses testifying about a videotape seeing Detective Van Adder drive up when they weren't present.
That objection was withdrawn.
But I think there have been other instances, and there was an instance where a witness was shown pictures of a police officer walking up a driveway. These witnesses have been shown photographs that were taken of the crime scene prior to when their evidence collection took place, to show that items were moved. They had no personal knowledge of that. You can authenticate a photograph in a number of different ways. I'm not suggesting that those rulings are necessarily wrong. I'm suggesting that this is consistent with those rulings in the sense that you can lay a foundation for a photograph by having a witness say, do you recognize the foyer? Yeah, I recognize the foyer. How do you do it? Because I was there.
How do I know what Dr. Lee is doing there?
Excuse me?
How do I know what Dr. Lee is doing there?
What he is doing there?
How do I know what it is he's doing there and what the significance is of those swabs?
Well, it doesn't make any difference what the significance of the swabs is. The point is that you can see areas where there are tiny little, or appear to be tiny little stains. Admittedly, the resolution on this photograph isn't great, but you can see that, and they also appear to match up with stains that we know are there because we saw them in photograph number, with item number 12 in it.
All right. All right, thank you, counsel. The foundational objection will be sustained. Let's have the jury. We're going to stop with the jury at 4 o'clock. We have some doctor's appointments. We're going to set a schedule for that. All right, let the record reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ms. Andrea Mazzola is again on the witness stand now, undergoing redirect examination by Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Mazzola.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen. Now, Ms. Mazzola, are you part of some kind of police conspiracy involving a number of people to frame the defendant in this case?
No, I'm not.
Okay, and are you part of some sort of cover-up, to cover up for Dennis Fung, who's allegedly covering up for people who are allegedly engaged in some kind of a conspiracy in this case?
Rephrase the question.
Are you involved in any cover-up with respect to this case, Ms. Mazzola?
No.
All right. Now, I wanted to ask you a few questions about the discussions that you've had with me before your testimony. Can you tell us in general terms what the nature of the discussions were?
It's more or less of a question and answer type of discussion.
Did I want to know details, a lot of details about evidence collection and the activities that you were engaged in on the 13th and 14th?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
What kinds of issues did I want to know about, generally?
Generally, what occurred on the 13th, 14th, basically our backgrounds, just general information.
And did anyone at all, anyone from the laboratory, anyone from law enforcement, friends, family members, anyone, ever try to put any pressure on you to change your testimony or alter your testimony in any way?
No,
Did you ever get the idea that someone wanted you to change or alter your testimony in any way?
no.
Now, I want to ask you a few questions about the collection procedures at Rockingham and Bundy. And first of all, as a criminalist, what all does the issue of collection involve?
Collection includes the documentation, the photography, sketches, measurements, the brief descriptions we make of the item we're picking up, and then the physically picking up the item itself, packaging it.
And as I believe counsel pointed out in cross-examination, could you even include the packaging phase in that collection process as well?
Yes, of course.
And the writing that you put on the packaging?
That is part of it, yes.
Right. Now, in terms of who physically picked up which pieces of evidence, did you believe that there was any relevance to that when you were at the scenes on the 13th?
Objection whether it was to the relevance of whether she believed something was relevant.
Over.
At the time, no, we didn't believe that it mattered which one of us picked up which item.
Why not?
Objection is to her testimony about what someone else
Well,
believed.
will counsel read the directive again? Proceed.
Why not?
Because we were working as a team.
Okay. Now, was there any other criminalist who was out there, either at the Bundy location or the Rockingham location, that was collecting evidence other than yourself and Mr. Fung? And when I say collecting, I mean physically picking things up. Or were you two doing that?
Mr. Fung and myself, for the most part, was doing that, yes.
Was there one item, item number 10, I don't know if you know this, do you know who collected item number 10? That was a plastic bag, a blue plastic bag at the Rockingham location?
I do not know who picked that up, no.
Okay, but with respect to items number 1 through 9 at Rockingham, did you and Mr. Fung pick those up physically?
Yes,
And then when you came back to the Rockingham location, 11 through 16, did you physically pick up those from the location, you and Mr. Fung?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Fung, I would simply ask that the witness be asked what she did or what he did, but not you collectively.
All right, you can clarify that.
Were all of those picked up either by you or Mr. Fung?
yes,
And with respect to the blood stains at Bundy, were all of those picked up by either you or Mr. Fung?
yes.
Did any of these items fly into the coin envelopes?
No,
All right. And had you ever been told or received any training to the effect that it was important or necessary to specify who did the physical picking up of an item when you were working as a team with another criminalist?
I had seen it both ways.
So as far as you were concerned, it was an issue that was left to the discretion of the criminalist?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Was it an issue that was left to the discretion of the criminalist?
At that point, I believed it was.
Now, you testified at some point at a hearing that we referred to as a Griffin hearing in August of last year.
Yes,
And At that hearing, you said that you hadn't had time to prepare yourself for the testimony that you were going to give.
Objection leading?
Overruled. It's foundational.
Yes.
Right. Now, had you been thinking about this case between the 13th, or let's say between the 14th, and the time that you testified at the Griffin hearing?
No, not really.
When you arrived at the Rockingham location, had you ever heard of someone named Orenthal Simpson, commonly known as O.J. Simpson?
At that morning, it did not ring a bell in my mind.
You didn't have any conception that there was a sports figure or a television personality or movie personality that went by that name when you arrived at the scene?
Sustained.
Had you any conception of that when you arrived at the scene?
No.
And when did you first become aware that Orenthal Simpson was someone of public notoriety?
Mr. Fung, after he was done with the detectives, he came and kept saying it's O.J.'s house, it's Mr. Simpson's house, and I said, O.J. who? And he said, movie, sports, and it just did not ring a bell.
Do you have some special interest in this man over here, the defendant?
No?
Overruled.
Do you have some special interest in this case over and above any other case that you've handled as a criminalist?
No, they're all important.
Now, after the Griffin hearing, you said that you and Mr. Fung got together and tried to go through who collected what physically. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why did you do that?
Because it appeared that it would become an issue about who physically picked up what.
When you say it had become an issue, by whom?
By the defense.
Had anyone else ever told you that they thought it was an issue other than what you gathered from the defense?
No.
When you and Mr. Fung were going through this information, were you trying to gather information that the defense seemed to be interested in terms of who collected what?
Objection and speculation on the point.
It's irrelevant.
At that time, did you personally think that it was relevant yourself as opposed to simply thinking the defense was interested in it?
Objection is irrelevant what she thinks.
Overruled. Goes to her state of mind. You can answer the question.
Oh, sorry. Personally, I didn't see if it really mattered, but apparently it did to the defense.
Objection is to what apparent.
All right. The apparently part that it mattered to the defense is stricken. Juries to disregard that as being non-responsive. Proceed.
Okay. Now, you said that you looked at some materials after the Griffin hearing in order to refresh your recollection. Were any of those materials photographs?
Yes, they were.
Did you look at still photographs?
Yes.
And how did the still photographs help you in any way to refresh your recollection that you looked at after the Griffin hearing?
It brought back what the scene actually looked like, where things were, what the whole area was like.
Okay, now, in your experience, do you tend to remember things better when they're written down or when they're presented to you visually?
I tend to retain things more when I see photographs.
Okay. And when you were going through the materials with Mr. Fung, for example, and you were directing your attention to stain 47, for instance, did you have a set of photographs in front of you to try to look and see what stain 47 looked like? Or
No.
where it was?
No.
So you did that later on after that session with Mr. Fung?
Yes.
Now, when you were having this session with Mr. Fung, did you come to the conclusion that with respect to stain 52, which you've testified was the last stain in the driveway in Bundy, did you come to any conclusion with respect to that stain as to whether or not Mr. Fung was present when it was physically collected?
At that point, at that meeting, I was not sure if Mr. Fung had been present or not.
Was it at some point after that meeting that you came to the conclusion that he was not present during that stain, the physical collection?
Yes.
And was there any reason in your mind why you would possibly think that it would be helpful to the prosecution or helpful to you in your testimony
Objection, Your Honor, leaving.
Overruled.
to testify that Mr. Fung was not present during the physical collection stain 52?
I didn't see that it would matter.
So that's just what you were called.
Correct.
And you've testified to that because, to the best of your recollection, that's what happened?
Sustained.
Why have you testified to that, ma'am?
Because that's what I remembered.
For any other reason?
No.
All right. Now, you said that as to the stains at Rockingham, you started the physical collection with Mr. Fung at 9 a.m. Is that correct?
It was around there.
Did you have to go through any other steps in the collection process prior to that time when the physical collection took place?
To actually lifting the stain, yes.
And what steps were those that you went through prior to the physical collection?
The area had to be photographed, it had to be sketched, it had to be measured. Then we wrote all this down in our notes, the measurements, a brief description, and then it was physically collected.
And did you do all of that measuring and photoing and documenting before any of the stains were physically collected, that other than the Bronco stain?
All of them, yes.
And in terms of the collection process, which would you say takes more time between the physical collection of the stains at Rockingham and the documentation phase of the collection process?
Now, the documentation takes much longer than the collection itself.
Now, I wanted to read a portion of the Griffin hearing, Your Honor. It's at page 723.
Starting where, counsel?
It's starting on page 723, line 26. Oh, excuse me, I have line 20 through page 724, line 4.
Mr. Neufeld, do you have that? All right, proceed.
At the Griffin hearing, do you recall testifying to the following questions? Question, with respect to item number 6, did you collect that blood? Answer, yes. Question, by the way, you said that for some of these specimens you were observed by Mr. Fung. When you say you were observed, do you mean that he was collecting stains in the same vicinity as you, so he could see basically what you were doing? Is that what you mean by observing? Answer, on the stains that were collected in the driveway, we were working side by side. Question, when you say you were working side by side, do you mean that he stood or knelt directly next to you as you lifted each stain? Answer, yes. Do you recall giving those answers to the questions that I just read?
I believe so, yes.
And When you were saying that you were working side by side, what did you mean to convey by working side by side?
Objection, Your Honor. The testimony speaks to itself. I don't choose to interpret it.
Or you can ask what working side by side means.
What does working side by side mean?
That we physically were both there at the same item, at the same time. Either one of us was physically collecting it and bagging it, or the other person was helping, passing items that we need.
And to your recollection, when you were physically doing swatching at Rockingham on the stains that you were referring to in that testimony, was Mr. Fung kneeling down as opposed to standing up?
He was kneeling some of the time and standing the other time.
And when he was kneeling down, for what purpose, if you recall?
On some of the items, he took a few swatches himself to collect a little more blood.
And to your recollection at the Griffin hearing, did anyone ever ask for greater clarification as to what you meant by working side by side?
Objection, Your Honor. To the form of that question.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Did anyone ever ask you at the Griffin hearing to explain what you meant specifically by the phrase working side by side?
I don't believe so.
So the only follow-up question was when you say you were working side by side, you mean he stood or knelt directly next to you as you lifted each stain?
Sustained.
Yes.
Sustained.
What grounds?
It's leading. It's not a question.
Was the only question you were asked. If I may read the question and answer. Question, when you say you were working side by side, you mean he stood or knelt directly next to you as you lifted each stain? Answer, yes. To your recollection.
To the best I can remember, yes.
Now, at this point in time, with respect to stains number 4, 5, and 6, do you specifically recall for each one of those stains, specifically, which swatches Mr. Fung may have taken as opposed to which swatches you may have taken?
Objection. Assumes the fact not in evidence and there wasn't a testimony.
Overruled.
No, I don't remember exactly which ones.
Okay. And at the time that you were taking those swatches, did you believe that it was important to recall exactly which swatches Mr. Fung did as opposed to which swatches you did?
No.
Objection, reading and we'll strike the answer.
Overruled. The answer will stand.
At this time, I'd like to take a look at the evidence collection boards. I think it's 170, 172.
All right.
Sorry, it's 160.
All right, Peoples 162. Which scene are we starting with?
No, these are the evidence collection
I see,
boards.
okay.
They're the ones that show the,
I get
excuse
it.
me, the disposition boards.
All right.
Oh, it was, I'm sorry, I was right the first time. It was 172. Now, Ms. Mazzola, I want to ask you some questions about these boards that counsel didn't want to ask you about
Objection,
yesterday.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Counsel, you know that's not appropriate.
Let me ask you about some other items here, Ms. Mazzola. Now, with respect to the SOX, item number 13, can you see that on the board?
No, I can't make.
Yeah. Now, with respect to that item, does that say Fung and Mazzola? This is the SOX number 13.
Yes, it does.
And in terms of the physical collection on item number 13, who did the physical collection on that?
Mr. Fung physically picked up the socks and put them in the bag.
And did you work in a situation where, for some reason, he took like the ankle and you took the toe and you both put the same sock into the bag?
No.
Right. And on the property reports that were generated in connection with this case, does it indicate that item number 13 was collected by Fung and Mazzola?
Objections to the property report.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Have you looked at the property reports in this case?
Yes, I have.
And do they indicate that the items that are reflected on this chart, let's say 6 through 13, were in fact collected by Fung and Mazzola?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
What?
Sustain. It's leading.
What do they indicate in terms of who collected those items?
Objection, Your Honor. The property report's not enough.
For what?
That both myself and Mr. Fung both collected the items of evidence.
Now, with respect to item number 13, did you in fact participate in aspects of the collection procedure in terms of measuring and documenting and that sort of thing?
Yes, I did.
Now, with respect to item number 23, do you know whether that is an item that comes from the Bronco, or would you have to refer to documentation to confirm that?
I would have to look at the document.
Can you please do so?
Property item number?
Property item number.
Yes, that came from the Broncos.
Okay, and on this board, does it indicate that item number 23 was collected by Fung and Mazzola?
Yes, it does.
Does 24 come from the Bronco?
Yes, it does.
And does that indicate that it was collected by Fung and Mazzola, or Fung Mazzola?
Yes, it does.
And the physical swatching on those,
Pulling the flashlight, help measure, do the sketches, did the brief descriptions of the items, just whatever you needed.
perhaps we can see the next board. Maybe we can just shuttle this down so that the jurors on the end can see it. Excuse me, I want to ask you a question about this. All right, well,
All right, Ms. Mazzola, could you try to keep your voice up, please?
Ms. Mazzola, I'm sorry, I forgot about this. Item number 9. What item is that?
That is one of the gloves.
Is that the glove that came from the Rockingham location?
Make sure. Yes.
And in terms of the physical collection on number 9, who did the physical collection on that?
Mr. Fung,
But the board says Fung Mazzola.
correct.
And did you participate in any way in the documentation and other aspects of the collection procedure with respect to 9?
I helped measure.
All right, thank you, counsel.
May I just approach for a second? Thank you.
You may.
I'd like to ask you about stains 55 and 56. Can you tell us which stains those were?
Yes, those were stains that were collected from the shoe prints that were at Bundy.
Who did the physical swatching on 55 and 56?
Mr. Fung,
And on this board it says Fung Mazzola.
correct.
Did you participate, however, in the collection procedure on those stains?
Yes, I did.
And on the property reports, who did they indicate was responsible for collecting these items at Bundy?
Both Mr. Fung and myself.
And when you say you participated, in what way in the collection process?
Measuring, things like that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Mazzola, I'd like to turn to another issue at Rockingham, the Rockingham location, and that's the crime scene identification checklist. Now, you said that you wrote your name in the column that says officer in charge.
Correct.
Now, did you somehow let that designation go to your head and run around the crime scene telling people that you were the officer in charge and ordering people around and the like?
Oh,
No,
Did it affect you in any way that your name was on that column?
not in any way, no.
Did it affect your performance in any way that your name was in that column?
No,
And could have it affected your performance in terms of the way that you swatched stains at the Rockingham location?
sustained.
Did it affect your performance in swatching stains?
no.
Now, that item was written in pencil,
Yes, it was.
so you could have erased it?
Overruled.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry. Sustained, it is speculative, but the answer that it's in pencil, the jury can figure that out for themselves.
did you
Jury should
erase?
disregard that last question and answer.
Did you erase it?
No.
Why not?
It never seemed to be an issue.
Were you ever at any time trying to downplay or minimize your involvement at the crime scene?
No.
Now, in the foyer area of the Rockingham location, do you recall seeing any other drops in that location other than the 3 that were collected as stain 12?
No, not at the time.
Okay. And with respect to those 3 drops that were collected as stain 12, who decided to collect them as a single stain, single item?
Mr. Fung.
Now, you were asked whether you could see or you saw any blood on the banister. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to mark as people's next in order. It's Exhibit 201,
People's 201.
a photograph of what appears to be the banister.
All right, have you shown that to Mr. Neufeld?
I thought I had. I'll show it to him again. On the back, I'd like to write 201, just
Yes.
All right. Can't put it on the L note. Ms. Mazzola, direct your attention to the photograph that's been marked People's 201. Does that appear to be the banister that leads up from the foyer area of the Rockingham location?
Yes, it does.
And does this appear to depict the way it looked on the 13th?
Yes.
Was that a dark banister?
It was medium to darkish wood.
And would have it been difficult to see little flakes or specks of blood on that banister?
Objection, that's speculative.
Rephrase the question.
How easy would have it been for you to have seen tiny little flakes or specks of blood on that banister?
Objection, speculative. There's no-
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. With respect to the coloration that dried blood typically has in your experience, how does it compare to the banister?
Objection, Your Honor, based on beyond her scope of expertise, Your Honor.
Oh,
They would be sort of similar in color.
And would you expect to see the same degree of contrast of specks of blood on the banister as off a white wall, say?
No.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the stain on item number 11, what side of the house was that collected from?
That was collected on the side of the house near the guest quarters.
Was that the same side of the house where the glove number 9 was collected by Mr. Fun?
Yes, it was.
And in the walk, what we refer to as, I think, the walkway area?
There is a pathway back there.
All right. And that was on what type of an item, stain 11?
It was on a wire.
Now, could you actually see a physical stain?
I personally couldn't.
So what did you do when you were collecting from that area?
Objection, Your Honor. Give it sidebar.
oral.
But you,
Wait, I'm not asking for any test results, but what did you physically do when you were collecting from that area?
I took a control from an area as far away from that area where the stain was supposed to be. I swabbed the area, took swatches of the area that contained the stain area.
But you couldn't see it?
I personally couldn't know.
Now, in the afternoon when you left the Rockingham location, did you have a plastic trash bag in your hand when you left for the last time?
Yes,
And did you have an independent recollection of that prior to seeing a videotape that depicted that scene?
I knew that I had carried out a plastic trash bag.
Now, you said that at some point you figured out that the package containing the vial of blood was in the plastic trash bag. Is that correct?
Yes,
And when did you figure that out?
I realized that the next day at the lab in evidence processing.
How?
The bag was on the table and it contained the two items that I remembered that Mr. Fung and myself had collected, and the gray envelope was also there.
Did you think that there was any significance up to that period of time, exactly what transpired with respect to that blood vial between the time that it was received and the time that you saw it on the morning of the 14th?
No, not really.
Do you handle blood vials all the time in your occupation?
In toxicology, we handle blood quite a bit.
And when you say handle, what do you mean by that?
Physically open the vials, take samples out, work the samples, handle the samples.
So you mean some sort of physical manipulation with the sample?
Correct.
And did you ever do any handling of the blood vial sample in this case, in that sense?
No.
Now, you said that you collected And Mr. Fung collected an item 15 and 16?
Correct.
And when is it that you documented in the crime scene identification checklist those two items?
It was the next day,
Why was it the next day?
because our notes were locked in the back of the truck when we left Rockingham for the last time, and didn't have a chance to do it at that time.
Why didn't you document those when you got back to the laboratory in the evening of the 13th?
Well, our main priority was to get the blood swatches drying.
So then, with respect to items 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, when was the documentation on those items done in the crime scene identification checklist?
They were done the following day,
On the 14th?
on the 14th.
Where did the 5 o'clock time period come from with respect to the collection on 15 and 16?
That was the time that I had thought that we had collected those two items, 15 and 16.
At the time of the Griffin hearing, did you believe that you had left shortly after 5 o'clock?
That's what I had believed, yes.
And when did you learn that that wasn't the case?
One was from videotapes, and another was from the envelope that contained the blood sample from Mr. Simpson.
What was on the envelope that caused you to believe that you hadn't left shortly after 5?
There was a time written down that had been received.
Now, perhaps we could see the exhibit that's been marked as People's 186 for identification, starting with the scene where Mr. Zola is leaving the location. Now, at 17:11:53, you're putting the items that you had collected and your collection kits back in the vehicle,
Correct.
but you believe that 15 and 16 had not been collected at this time?
Correct. If you could just take a look at the package that Mr. Fung's holding in his hands. I know you've seen it before. Maybe we can stop for a second. Now, with respect to the package that Mr. Fung was holding in his hands, was that consistent with any other item that you collected or Mr. Fung collected in your presence at the Rockingham location after 5/11? No.
Okay, let's continue. Let's just stop again for a second. So just to be more specific, without telling us what they were, is that item consistent with 15 or 16?
No.
Let's continue. For the record, I'm sorry, Your Honor. For the record, I stopped just after we'd finished the two sequences of Mr. Fung in the foyer. Let's just stop for a second. We're at 1742:53. I believe it's 10. And Ms. Mazzola, with respect to the package that we've previously asked you about, the trash bag, is the heft of that bag consistent with 1516 or the little cards that were contained in the driveway, the photo ID cards?
Objection, Your Honor. The picture speaks for itself. I don't think she's qualified to comment on the heft of the bag.
Oh, she's carrying it.
It does not appear to be consistent with 1516 or the number cards.
Now, when you say appear, are you referring to you're looking at the photograph?
Correct.
And what aspect of the photograph are you looking at?
The outline that is shown towards the front of the bag.
During the sequence where you're walking out of the...
Your Honor, move to strike. That's not heft now. We're talking about describing the form.
And is this the sequence where you're walking out of what appears to be the gate area that leads up into the Rockingham driveway?
Correct.
Now, in terms of weight, when you were carrying the bag, did the weight appear to be consistent with only 1516 and the little cards?
It appeared to be a little heavier, but at the time I didn't think much about it.
Did you think that did you have any reason to believe this was going to be of any importance whatsoever later on?
No.
Okay, let's just finish up this little last segment. Your Honor, perhaps before I can ask my next series of questions, we can approach to clarify the scope of the permissible questioning.
What area?
15 and 16.
All right, with the court reporter. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Thank you. Now I'd like to turn to the Bundy crime scene. You were asked about a white object on Mr. Goldman. Do you recall seeing any white object on Mr. Goldman?
A sheet, coroner's sheet.
When you were asked about a white object by the defense, is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
And when you say coroner's sheet, can you describe that a little bit more for us? What is it?
Just white.
Just a large white blanket type item.
Correct.
Did you get a clear look at that?
Not a clear look, no.
What type of a look at that did you get?
It's a brief look as they were bringing him out.
Okay. Now, you were asked about trace evidence in connection with the cap and the hat and the glove. Did you examine those items at all at the scene to see whether they had trace evidence?
No.
Do you examine items at the scene before you collect them for the purposes of seeing whether they have trace or biological evidence, such as those?
Biological evidence such as blood, for the most part you can readily see. Trace evidence, you wouldn't be able to really see it.
But do you try to attempt a close physical examination of the items such as the glove and the cap prior to collecting them?
No.
Why not?
Because you run the risk, if you're examining it, of disturbing trace evidence.
Now, I'd like to give you a hypothetical. If you assumed, for the purposes of this hypothetical, that the cap had hairs and fibers on it, the hairs being consistent with the defendant, and a fiber being consistent with the Bronco, but that the glove did not have any such items of trace evidence on it, then would the fact that you did not change gloves in between those items have had any effect in terms of contaminating the glove?
Sustained.
Would there have been any significance to not changing the gloves between the cap and the glove?
Objection still, unless it's in connection with the last
Sustained.
question.
I don't understand the grounds for the...
Grounds is that it's an inappropriate question for this particular person based upon her expertise.
You have been trained, you've received some training at SID in terms of the unintentional transfer of trace evidence, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you did not change gloves between the cap and the glove, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, based upon your training and what you've been told at the SID Academy, would there be any problem for contamination or cross-contamination if the hat contained hair and Bronco fiber consistent with the Bronco, but the glove did not contain that kind of trace evidence?
Again, improper, hypothetical.
Sustained.
Thank you. Now, when you were looking at the snippet of videotape that showed an item being passed between yourself and Mr. Fung, what color did that item appear to be?
It appeared to be a tannish color.
Was it consistent in appearance with the color of the eyeglass envelope?
No.
Now, when you had that item in front of you, I believe it was the item number 39, the eyeglass envelope, it was unpackaged. Did Mr. Neufeld attempt to touch the glasses with his bare hands?
He made a move towards them, yes.
What did you do when that happened?
Advised him it wouldn't be a wise idea.
Did he in fact touch them?
No.
And when you saw the bindle that was contained in that item, maybe I can have that. I think it's exhibit number 39. When you saw the bindle that was contained in that item, was that a bindle that either you or Mr. Fung created?
No.
Either of the bindles?
No.
Did you recognize any of the handwriting on those two bindles?
No, I did not.
Did you recognize the initials H, I think it was CL?
At that time, no.
Or when you saw them in front of you on the witness stand?
I did not.
To your knowledge, is there anyone by the name of Henry Lee that works at the laboratory?
Appropriate for this witness.
Oral.
No one by that name works at the laboratory.
But, yes, this does exceed the scope, counsel.
What?
The Bindles matter does exceed the scope.
Well, it goes to the issue of the contents of the item.
As to the envelope, yes, you may proceed.
Just so there's no ambiguity, when I was talking about the bindles, can you point out for us what items constitute the bindles?
The bindles are these small items here.
Appear to be folded up pieces of paper within the plastic envelope.
And to your knowledge, are items of evidence at SID made available for inspection and testing even by the defense?
Objection on beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Do you have any personal knowledge of everything that happened to this eyeglass envelope between the time that it was booked and the time that you saw it on the witness stand?
No.
You said that you took a look at the glasses that were inside of the envelope when you were back at the laboratory.
Objection, that wasn't in testimony.
Overruled.
Not back at the laboratory. no.
Where was that?
At the scene, Bungie.
Oh, it was at the scene.
Correct.
And can you describe for us specifically how you did it, how you did that mechanically?
The envelope was not securely sealed, and through the opening, I could see a pair of glasses.
Did you remove the item?
No.
When you were looking at it, through what part of the envelope were you looking at it?
Through the back flap area, which was not securely sealed.
Did you open it in some fashion to make it wider so that you could see better? Or?
No.
So how narrow was the slit through which you were looking at this item in the envelope?
Slit.
Rephrase it.
How narrow was the opening?
I'm not positive about how narrow the opening was.
Can you give us an estimate?
Wide enough to see it was a pair of glasses.
Was it enough so that you could take a close inventory of the condition of the glasses?
Objection made.
Overruled.
No.
Did you do so?
No.
And did you notice at that time specifically whether the glasses were intact or not?
I did not notice if they were intact.
Now, going back to some of the training issues that were brought up, when you were receiving your academic training in the college level, university level, did you receive any academic training in the area of crime scene investigation?
Beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I did take 2 classes in crime scene investigation.
And where were those taken?
One was taken at a community college, and the other was taken at Sacramento State University.
Now, what was the nature of this training? Was it hands-on, or was it more textbook, theoretical kind of training?
It was more textbook.
All right. And then you said that after you went to LAPD, you went through what you've referred to as the mini academy?
Correct.
And was the nature of that training more academic and textbook oriented or more hands-on?
That was more hands-on.
And can you describe for us the kinds of things that you went through in this hands-on training at the SID mini academy?
We learned how to take hair samples from suspects or victims, proper packaging of said items. We learned how to collect blood off of different substrates. We learned how to cast shoe prints out in dirt, which sometimes you have to do at scenes. We were taken out and we cast tire tracks. We were given demonstrations on interpreting tire tracks, their direction.
Now, when you were doing something like a tire track impression, did you do that inside the laboratory or in some outside location?
It's irrelevant.
Okay. Well, you were asked where these meetings took place. Did all of these meetings take place inside the laboratory?
No,
And you said that there was a area that's a kitchen area of the laboratory?
it is an area where we have a small kitchen. It adjoins our library / meeting room / training room.
Is the library / meeting room / training room the area where these meetings took place, the ones that were inside?
For the most part, yes.
And do you think that the fact that there's a kitchen area adjoining that meeting room somehow caused you not to learn how to collect blood stains as well as if it had taken place in a conference room?
Objection, leading.
Sorry, I was being distracted by the photographers in the back.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
I'll ask you a few,
Hold on.
the other question again.
Rephrase the question.
This meeting / conference / library room, is it directly adjoining the area that's the kitchen? Is it in the same physical space?
Yes,
Right. And is there a microwave there and refrigerator and the like?
yes.
Okay. Do you think that somehow the presence of the microwave and the refrigerator caused you not to learn how to collect bloodstains as well?
Objection, leading.
Overrule.
No, it had no bearing on it.
Now, you were also asked whether this occurred in a separate building. Did it?
No,
Do you think that maybe if this had occurred in a separate building, you would have learned how to collect blood stains or other kinds of evidence better than if it occurred at the SID facility?
I don't think it would have made any difference.
Do you think that if you had learned this in a dormitory-type setting where they didn't allow you to go home between sessions, that you would have
I
learned?
think we're getting redundant at this point.
Okay. I probably agree with that, Your Honor.
All right. Let's move on.
Okay. Now, you said that you had a temporary job at Kern County DA's office crime lab.
Correct?
Why was that a temporary position?
It was what they called extra help criminalist. It was a temporary position, and I was just glad to get the job.
And when you say that it was a temporary position, did they have funding for a full-time position?
No, they did not have funding for a full-time position.
And for how long was it that you were hired, when you were initially hired in this temporary position?
Initially, I was hired for 9 months.
And then what happened after the 9 months?
Well, before my 9 months were up, they said they had funding for me to come back for another 9 months if I was still interested in the job.
And did you, in fact, go back for another 9 months?
Yes, I did.
Did they have any funding to continue your position after then?
No.
And then after that, did you begin looking for work again?
Yes, I did.
What kind of work did you want at that time?
Objection is to relevance.
Overrule.
I wanted to work as a criminalist. That's what I want my career to be.
Is it your experience that the leading crime laboratories generally want people that have some previous experience in order to get a job?
Qualified to answer that question.
Overrule.
The majority of laboratories we're looking for people with some experience in the field.
And then you said that you got a job at Valley Toxicology, I think? Is that
Correct.
And was that a job that you wanted to stay at?
It was not a job I wanted to stay at for the next 30 years.
Okay. And when did you decide to go over to LAPD?
Well, I had taken the test for LAPD a couple of years prior to starting at Valley Toxicology, but I had heard of the budget problems, so I didn't think anything about it until I received a call asking me if I was still interested in a permanent full-time position as a criminalist with LAPD.
And when you heard that they had funding now for a position, did you decide to join LAPD, their crime lab?
Yes,
And why was that?
because it was a permanent criminalist position. LAPD had a good reputation, and
All right, we're beyond what we need to have here.
Okay, thank you.
Proceed.
Your Honor, I was going to move on to another topic now. I don't know whether the court wanted to break. It's 4 o'clock, or go, or continue.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon session as far as the jury is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, or allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Have a pleasant evening. All right, Ms. Mazzola, you may step down. You're ordered to return tomorrow morning, 8:45. Oh, got it. Thank you.